Hello, everybody, and welcome to DEATHY'S Death Slam, the tournament that I'm hosting. I'm here today with Ryan. Say hello.
Hello.
All right, he said hello. For those that are not familiar with Ryan, I'll let him introduce himself in a little bit. Essentially, if you guys are not familiar with the tournament, today's tournament is a bit of a different one. It's not your standard run-of-the-mill tournament with high-level teams. Instead, it's teams that are made of community members that are of average rank. And so it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. And for our first matchup, we've got Psycho Warriors versus... You want to say the team name, Ryan? Because I can't.
Micropachycephalosaurus.
Micropachycephalosaurus.
Actually surprisingly easy considering how it's written out.
True. And just like that, the draft is already live. And so we've got Psycho Warriors on Amber and Micropachycephalosaurus on Sapphire. And we're going to have the Sinclair first ban.
So I guess the thing that I'm wondering about, because it is people sort of made up from your community, like how many people know and play with people from other teams, right? So how many of these are like potential, oh, I know so-and-so on Micropachycephalosaurus that is a really good Sinclair player, so we'll take that straight out like we would do with like John for melee creeps, that kind of stuff. Because these first bans, I wouldn't say are necessarily too surprising, but they're not the Holiday, Vindicta, GT kind of stuff. And Mo and Krill as the first pick is also not unusual, but not popular either.
Yeah, sorry, I had a little bit of a tech issue. I think it should be fine, but there's a 1 min delay, so hopefully it's good now. But I had the microphone set up to not mono, and so I believe that it was only in the left ear. Let me know.
Oh, like my left ear enjoyed this kind of
1
vibes.
min if it's fixed. So yeah. Anyhow, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. I missed a little bit of what you were saying because I was fixing the issue. But we've got Mo and Krill first pick, which would be very, very surprising in pro play, unless you're Hydra Nation, which people have been, which has fallen out of popularity. But we still see Mo and Krill pick top 3 fairly often in Deadlock Fight Night or other things. And it looks like Micro Pachycephalosaurus is going to answer with Holiday Grey Talon. And I think Holiday Grey Talon is actually what you would see a lot of pro teams pick. Like, it's very meta, and I have spent some time with each of these teams, just to give you a little bit of insight. I've spent some time with each of these teams, and, I've told them a little bit of drafting strategy, so I'm not too surprised to see the Holiday Grey Talon come out.
So far, it's looking a little bit beefier on Psycho Warriors' side. I do think, though, like, I guess it's a good chance to talk about, like, I guess the meta when it comes to, like, the first phase of drafting, where typically it's like how you go across with the pick characters, which are like Holiday, Paradox, Bebop to an extent, that are good at catching people out of position, pulling them towards you, yada yada. And then like the sniper characters of GT and Vindicta. Usually you want to try and get Holiday because they can get Paradox, and get GT, they can get Vindicta. But I think getting Holiday and Grey Talon are like 2 of the best. So there's still a chance to get even a little bit more. You could second ban out Vindicta, you could second ban out Paradox, but at least Psycho Warriors do have a Bebop to try and catch stuff with. And I wondered how long it would take to see the Deathy Death Slam mascot, I suppose, show up. And he's the final pick of like this first phase for Micro Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of Lash in the first phase in this tournament. I think that the best teams in this tournament are going to be able to deal with Lash, or they're going to realize, figure out things such as buying Knockdown or picking Bebop. So here you pick the Lash into the Bebop. Now, it's still playable. Don't get me wrong. So far, looking at the enemy team, I'm not like, wow, that's a fantastic Lash game, but at the same time, there are no counters. Now, we'll see how they set up the Lash with the ban. Do they go, for example, for a Kelvin ban, just so they you don't get the dome? And it looks like they're just going to ban out Paradox, probably to limit the pick potential of Psycho Warriors, but I think that this may be slightly miscalculated because Psycho Warriors already have Mo and Krill and Bebop, so they already have like a decent amount of pick. They didn't need the Paradox, but it is still a strong ban regardless.
Yeah, like I said, you could probably maybe take out the Vindicta if you're worried about that and you have no intent on running double snipers yourself. I do wonder how much we're going to see teams try to, in inverted commas, properly draft as opposed to drafting for their team and their situations. Because if not, all of these teams are mixed up with people that have never really played with each other. There's no pre-mates here, right? So yeah, people are still going to have to naturally adjust to their teammates and what they play, and picking what your best characters are as a team, as opposed to, well, this is typically what Virtus Pro draft in Bombshell, for example.
Yeah. I think, so I met all the teams, and what I told them is, hey, don't get too worried about drafting properly. Draft your strengths, especially in the bottom 3 picks. So I really like the Kelvin pick here from Micro Pachycephalosaurus, because on the other hand, you don't want to play against Kelvin as Lash, so it's nice to have him on your team, and it gives you a little bit more frontline, a little bit more beefiness, and then you can potentially pair it with something like a Shiv or an Abrams later, or even a Yamato, right? Yamato's still left open in the draft. Very strong option for either team should they choose to pick it. And Psycho Warriors answer with the Warden, something you don't see often, but will be interesting to see how it performs at this rank.
This is a very tanky lineup, full stop. Just add in an Abrams and a Shiv, and you've basically got goats for Psycho Warriors with just some of the tankiest characters holding W at you. There's Abrams, so that genuinely might be the strategy. Genuinely, because these are like some of the highest HP characters. Fortitude Central, I think, on the side of Psycho Warriors as well, if they want.
Yep, for sure. And I mean, if you're micro packy, you got to figure out your answer to the amount of tankiness that's on the Psycho Warriors team. And personally, if I was them drafting, I'd be looking at something like a Pocket. I think it's very strong against the Abrams, the Warden, natural anti-heal in the kit, really good against tanky heroes because of Affliction's percent damage. I'd also be looking at a Shiv, pairs really nicely with the Kelvin, and the Execute inherently grants more value against higher HP targets. So I think Pocket Shiv could actually really nicely round out the roster on the right side. Now, the right side roster of Micro Packy would be a little bit squishy, but I don't think that's an issue if you play properly around the dome and around your teamfight ultimates. You know, you've got Lash for the big team fights, you've got Holiday for the pick, Great Talon for the damage output, and you look on the left side, and if Mo and Krill doesn't get off to a good start, and if Bebop doesn't buy knockdown, you know, the answers that you have to the Great Talon are a little bit limited. Abrams, Geist, and Warden do nothing to Great Talon, so he could run away with this game if Bebop either itemizes poorly or Mo and Krill as well, right? They'll have to pay a lot of attention to the GT.
It's such a good game for Pocket as well here too.
Yeah. I love the Pocket
What's sort of
pick.
like missing then? So they've gone for the Viscous, but I think that's kind of... Viscous is a good as a sixth pick because he's just so versatile in whatever role you want to play him in, as a support, as even kind of like a carry. Ooh, I mean
that's interesting.
Fights.
I don't really like the Dynamo pick. My reasoning for not liking it is Dynamo's very good against grounded comps, but here you have Viscous who can cube someone in the black hole and save them, right? Holiday can cancel it, Lash can cancel it, GT can cancel it with his trap, Kelvin can dome people, or he just buys Rescue Beam and he rescue beams people. So unless you're grouping a lot, I think the Dynamo is going to be like not so hot. So we'll see. You know, it's
like, yeah, it's just the amount of stuns naturally. Like Holiday can grab you, Lash can grab you, GT can stun you with ult, Viscous can stun you with ult.
Yeah.
All of those natural knockdowns just can make it hard to catch it. Also lanes as well. Like I look at Cephalosaurus's like lane options, and there's some like really solid ones. It's not as if there's bad ones on the side of Psycho Warriors. Like Mo and Krill Bebop in the mid lane is usually strong. It just feels a little bit like this could be over by the laning phase if they're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we'll hop into the game shortly. I'll let them know that they can start. Give me 1 second as I set things up. Already up in the lobby. And I will say you guys are good to go whenever ready. And I think, personally, if I look at these drafts, I honestly prefer the draft on the right side. I think it is a better draft. However, one thing you have to understand is that generally speaking, heroes that are tanky and have large health pools and are require specific things to punish tend to do better at a lower level of play, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I think personally, I like the draft on the right better. If this was a pro game, I would probably bet on the right side, but I'm not sure how it's going to play out. This is the first time I've seen the game, and so I'm you know, very interested to see. I think that if the GT gets out of control, it looks like quite a good GT game. I mean, really, the Bebop and the Mo and Krill are going to have to hard focus this GT. And on the right side, I think Lash has a lot of potential for big ult. He might need Unstoppable, right? The enemy team, if I'm left team, if I'm the Micro Packy Cephalosaurus, if I'm a Psycho Warriors, I'm definitely needing 2 knockdowns.
You got it right. You were talking about the wrong team.
I was talking about the wrong team. But yeah, I'm definitely looking at like 2 knockdowns. You need to get these people out of the sky. And all right, I'm going to start the match. Boom. Here we go. We're going to do a little scene transition. Boom.
That's what Fight Night's missing, just the boom transitions.
Yeah, true. They're not professional enough. When I do a transition, I do a little boom. And here we go. Match is live. First match of the first day. Enjoy, everyone. And I hope we're going to be in for a treat of a game.
So lanes immediately, Holiday being in mid is super
Wait, my HUD is not visible?
Commonplace, I think, that they can play. Not putting a Lash in the mid lane is something that's happening a lot more often, just because you don't have access to the high ground here. So it's going to be interesting to see how Mez could do on this left side with the Viscous. up against the Bebop Abrams as well. That hook charge combo can leave you very dead very quickly if you're not careful.
Yeah, I'm having some UI issues right now. One sec. I don't know what's going on. My minimap is just not working. That's not good. Okay.
How does the minimap not work?
We're just gonna keep watching. I don't know, but regardless, my minimap is not working. Citadel, replay.
Is it just not showing up, or is it empty?
It is showing up, but it's empty. So the hero icons aren't
F1.
there.
You might have the minimap view thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, true. All right. Well, sorry about that, guys. We're a professional professional broadcast here. So, looking at the lanes, quick little rundown. But before we look at the rundowns, I'd just like to, you know, talk about which player has to pop off on which team, right? So, looking at the left team, which is the Psycho Warriors, who are you looking at to have some impact as far as the heroes go?
I think it probably has to be the Warden. I think Warden's actually come back in popularity quite a lot, and I think that in the right hands, you get the timing of the ultimates well. You can do quite a lot of work. You've got Mo and Krill in the mid lane with you as well, which feels at the moment like the most important lane to be winning when those side TPs are now no longer a thing. You're in the mid lane, you can just rotate to either side depending on what's needed, and it's hard for the other team to adjust to it. So probably is going to be just the Warden because you don't have typical carry characters on this roster. So I guess he has to be the one to do it. So Dr. IQ needs to live up to the name.
So one thing that's interesting is that Dr. IQ and company, the Psycho Warriors, are actually using our old strat that Ranger, you know, made up, which is to use in-game chat. So I actually disabled in-game chat, but I was hearing them comm. And if you don't have it disabled, you can hear them communicate in-game. So that's kind of cool to see. You know, they're communicating about the lane, so that's going to be interesting. We'll see how that goes. Off-spec, the first blood to go to the side of basketball on the Grey Talon. He's got the 3 purple items and full health, looking to be lane domination. Laning against the Dynamo, so I can't say I'm too surprised, right? Dynamo, very, very weak laner, generally. And so hard to win a lane, and they're behind quite a bit in that lane, behind almost 1,000 souls.
You're letting the pocket and GT farm up these spirit items too. Dynamo is already just weak in lane, but the fact that so much of that damage and the scare factor that he can bring is from the stomp. Yeah, you don't need to really worry about that if you're GT. I guess it's kind of surprising that basketball, like, he's got things going so well for him, and Enchantress Barrier is not a bad pickup, like, for a tier 2 item, but instead he's gone for extra stamina to just continue being evasive from the looks.
Yeah. I think that this lane, it's gonna be, can the Geist and the Dynamo stabilize, right? They're obviously behind. They're gonna get their ultimates way later, but can they delay? Can they protect their tower for a bit longer? Because if you lose your tower early, you could get snowballed and it could be really bad. And Pocket with the dive onto the Dynamo, didn't catch that, but unfortunately is gonna pick up the kill. And I mean, the pressure, now they both have ultimates, right? This Geist is at 1.6k while both of them have ultimates. It's gonna be very, very difficult for them to play the game. And, you know, we'll see if they're able to recover from this, because this is not a start you want to have, for sure.
More kills coming in as well on other sides, in other lanes. Pretty much is push on the side of the Sapphire squad. Over on their right lane, the left-hand side, and also in mid as well. The Holiday Kelvin.
Holiday with the lasso in mid.
Yeah.
Onto the Mo.
Managed to catch him out.
Yeah, he's dead. Another kill.
Didn't
And I mean,
need
dominant
to use the Frozen Shelter either to really just make it a jail that you're playing into.
Yeah, and we can see Holiday here rushing the decay. So this is one of the things that I discussed with the teams, is I talked about itemization in the laning stage and itemizing against the opponents. So he realizes against a sustain hero, Mo and Krill rushes decay, very well played. And we've got a bit of engage on the Lash lane here as he gets punched off the ledge, parries, and gets taken down by Abrams. Finally, the Psycho Warriors strike back. So Kayanti able to win that. And we hear the comms in game a little bit still, even though I thought I disabled it, but maybe I'll listen in.
Oh my god.
Okay. I don't think Dynamo's having a great time. I will disable the voice chat.
Well, at least there's a little bit of fight back, actually. Only 600 souls behind now for the lane on the left-hand side that was losing. The Dynamo and guys coming back into things.
I mean, Ospec got a kill, and comeback kills are huge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to tell people not to alias, because that's definitely not his name, and he's definitely aliasing, so, you know, that's not ideal. We'll make sure to tell people to use their actual alias for the broadcast, so it's a little bit easier for us. Another thing to mention, though, is that even though you see, for example, the Geist lane, and in general, the lanes are not going the way you would want them to go for Psycho Warriors, but one thing to remember is that when you watch top-level teams, they're very good at you know, punishing and getting the lead and then snowballing, right? But at this level, are they going to be able to close out a lead? Like, you're playing against a Dynamo, and even though it might not be on paper a good Dynamo game, people are going to have a tendency to group too much. They might not buy the proper counter items, and one fight with Dynamo is all it takes really to turn the game around. So even if you get an early lead, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, ask Kuba's opinion on Dynamo's extending games out by an extra 10, 15 minutes. He'll give you plenty of examples. But you're right. Like, I think one thing that you said very, very early on in TF2 Boomer's lifespan of, like, it's so straightforward when you have a lead to just see out the game, because ultimately the only way for the other team to come back into it is if the team in the lead makes a mistake, which at the highest level doesn't happen a lot unless your name is TF2 Boomers, in which case, you know, we get a lot of practice with it. But you're right, at this level, mistakes are going to be more apparent, they're going to be more noticeable, but that's the extent. Even in like Eternus lobby games, you're going to see a lot of like harrowing mistakes that you wouldn't see in coordinated play. So it's a weird like in between, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the tower did end up going down on the Dynamo Geist lane, so we'll see kind of what they end up doing with this. 7k lead right now, and a tower lead for the side of Micro Pachycephalosaurus. And I mean, definitely not the start you want if you're the Psycho Warriors, but it's not like the game's completely over. They do have one lane that is winning, which is the Bebop Abrams lane, but unfortunately their winning lane is only barely winning, right? They don't actually have really a significant lead, and they don't have a lot of tower damage, so they're going to need to create some sort of counterplay. It looks like the Dynamo has mostly resulted in jungling right now, and given the lane to the guy, so I wonder if this is like a soul funneling strategy that maybe they've come up with in prior, to be like, hey, we're gonna funnel as many souls into the Geist as possible, and we know Dynamo just needs to hit a black hole to be useful, right? So maybe we don't want to give him a lot of souls. I'm not saying this is optimal, but it's possible that this is what they've come up with.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different options that you can go with here. Like, GT is also such a good character just leaving a lane once you've taken their Guardian, because even if the two people push up, you could just put so much pressure and threat in, and then the pocket can rotate over towards mid, over to the left-hand side. It's now going to be a bit of a fight with the guys trying to come over. It is going to be a pretty early affliction to catch onto off-spec, and they're hunting him down.
Huge swap
is actually amazing from off-spec. You might be able to get out, but now you've got the owl chasing him. He's 1 HP again, been trickled down from the affliction, and just as he was trying to escape to his walker, couldn't do enough. Some great ultimates there.
Wait,
the Bebop managed to get the hook. Actually,
and the bag, an 800 bag drop from Pocket, and all of a sudden, the lead is only 5k at 9 minutes, 4k. So, what was a very, very dominant lead, you know, with that one kill, swings a lot more than people expect. And the black hole in the middle lane onto Tony Egg on the Holiday. The Moe and Curl grab a lot of CC, but is there the damage? The Frozen Shelter comes out, and looks like they're not going to be able to finish off either kill. Maeve on the Moe and Curl living on a sliver of HP, the lasso going out, and I think that there's going to be a kill for the Micro Packy bit, as the Warden comes in to try to clean up, and it looks like the Kelvin will be able to escape, and we'll have a small reset here.
Yeah, just after using the ultimate too, so you didn't have that safety to work with.
Yeah.
And there was that opportunity, I suppose, for the Amber team to be able to like push up after they got those kills at their walker, but they ended up just teleporting across and going over towards the right side of mid to make sure that they don't lose another Guardian to give the Cephalosauri a chance to get their flex slot online. But you don't want to play to not lose, you want to play to win. You need to get some Guardians, and you end up losing the one in mid.
Yeah, and now first flex slot unlocked, and buffs and Urn about to spawn in a few seconds. And now I talked to all of these teams, right? I told them, be ready for the buffs and Urn, and it looks like the Micro Pachycephalosaurus was on top of it. They got both buffs instantly, and what will they do with the Urn? It looks like Pocket is heading towards it. He's going to pick up right away. I mean, honestly, this is looking good macro. Like, that's faster than we are with buffs and Urn a lot of the time. Like, I can't complain. They're looking pretty good.
Well, I sort of know that like they've got the flex slot. Getting walkers after this point is just very, very difficult with the amount of like extra resistance it has that trickles away over time. So they sort of know this is how we create more pressure. I do like that the Geist is on the other side trying to push up this lane, but like I said before, you're up against the GT, they've got a lot of farm around them, and they're going to be comfortable of just chipping you away at a distance.
Yep. Now, we'll see what happens on top of this urn. It looks like the Kelvin trying to set up for the frozen shelter. The urn kind of gets deposited. They have to pick it back up. They frozen sheltered. It looks like they finally deposited it. But there's going to be a fight afterwards. The Bebop ult and the Warden ult. A lot of team fights ults from the side of Psycho Warriors. Pocket, 1 HP. Lord of the Booze going down on the Kelvin. Pocket dies. Kills traded left and right. I mean, I can't say one team has a strong advantage in this fight. Warden actually escapes on literally 1 HP. Like, literally, he's afflicted.
I mean, they did seem to just sort of let him get away at this point. Yeah, he was just like 5 seconds just away from having his ultimate as that fight came in. It was a really nice Kelvin ult to just confirm the urn. And a good chance for, even though you get a couple of kills, you don't lose too many people on this Sapphire side. Now there's still a fight going on and a little bit more of a counter-attack coming in from Amber to actually take this Guardian on the right-hand side.
Yep, Kayanti going down, and it looks like Smelly Feet as well will go down. And Rytro, the last remaining survivor from this attack on the Bebop, will be taken down. Big parry, but won't change anything. The result will be the same, and most likely this Guardian will be taken down. And we've now got a pretty solid 10k lead from the side of Micro Paki Cephalosaurus. And really, it's their game to lose at this point.
It's so much like straightforward farm, especially after this like most recent patch as well, just being able to stay in a lane alone and have a lot of it shoveled into you. While the GT is up at 15k, just happy to sit over in this lane. And because he's over here, he still has his Guardian, which allows him to be able to buy naturally. But even if he did lose it, he still has the shop nearby too. So he's able to just keep tempo with these buys. He doesn't have to wait 3 to 5 minutes to go back to his base to get stuff online. He's just getting stronger and stronger in each of these team fights, and there's not really any pressure coming in at all from the Warriors to push back these lanes.
Yeah. So if you're Psycho Warriors right now, I think you just have to take a deep breath and understand, all right, our comp, you know, we need to play around Black Hole, and we have decent scaling potential. Now, do they outscale the comp on the other team? I don't necessarily think so, but how do you win this game, right? You're down 12k, 13 minutes. At this point, you have to focus on just bleeding your, like, you know, not losing too much, playing for the comeback run, as we have a grab on mid, and the Frozen Shelter comes out to save the Pocket, as well as the Divine Barrier. Huge amounts of support. The Lash ult in mid, and, I mean, they try to make something happen, but Maves ends up being the one going down, as well as Dr. IQ in the other lane, and it's all falling apart.
Yeah, you have the 2 strongest characters as well on the side of Micro Pachycephalosaurus, not involved in that team fight. The GT's on the left-hand side, the Holidays on the right. They're not even needed, and there's been some really good Frozen Shelters ultimates coming out of this Kelvin to just confirm some of these fights. Now, Walker Pressure is going to start becoming a bit more of a thing, and you do have buffs in about a minute's time. It would actually be on the side of Psycho Warriors as well. They want to get this urn. It should be an easy deposit. And right now, there's so much pressure coming in from Micro Pachycephalosaurus that they need to sort of create space over on the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, and the lead only keeps getting bigger. We're now looking 14, 15k for the side of Micro Pachycephalosaurus. And I think that it's possible Psycho Warriors might be looking for a little bit too many plays, although this Viscus looks pretty caught out. It gets DB'd once again. Kelvin there, unfortunately, doesn't manage to save him. Huge bag on the ground. Will they manage to pick it up? The Dynamo gets it. That's probably not what you want, but it's still fine. We have a Majestic Leap Abrams, by the way. This is definitely not something you see every day.
Iremix is back. Back to the good old days.
On the side, let's take a look here. So it looks like Dynamo saving up a lot of money, about 3k saved up. Could be a refresher rush angle. The Dynamo opted to pick up a slowing hex, most likely for, you know, to deal with the Pocket, the Holiday, the Lash. And, I mean, this Grey Talon is kind of out of control at this point. 19,000 souls. And we'll see what they manage to do if they manage to pick up this comeback urn and make their way back into the game.
So this is one of those ones as well where I feel like if we're looking on average at like an Oracle level, there are definitely games where teams pretend that the urn isn't a thing. That they just like, if I don't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist. So I am wondering here, like, if this was like a coordinated game, you as the Sapphire team would be picking up the urn and just what we call quigging it, just holding onto it, breaking boxes to make sure that the Psycho Warriors aren't able to pick it up because it's going to be deposited on their side of the map. But here, it feels that Psycho Warriors can't get it, and like Micro Pachycephalosaurus are just like, all right, we're just going to sit by it, but maybe not pick it up ourselves. Viscous has gone for it, though. And now you can already see the rotations coming in from Psycho Warriors to not give this one up.
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate that Psycho Warriors weren't positioned as a team to pick up the urn. If they got the pickup, it would have been, you know, much easier for them to go turn it in. They have the threat of the Dynamo Black Hole, so it would be hard for Micro Packy to defend it. But now this Viscous can just kind of hold on to it, farm for a little bit, extend their lead. And really, I think that this urn will be a huge swing in this game if the side of the Micro Packy manage to turn it in, then it's going to be very difficult for Psycho Warriors to come back. But on the other hand, if Psycho Warriors manage to win a fight on top of it with a Black Hole or any big ultimates, then they would be fully back into the game, and we'd be in it for the long haul.
We said big ultimates, there's plenty of those, right? You do have combo. You don't have a fully fleshed out version of Seismic Impact on Abrams yet, so you don't have that extra bit of unstoppable. But a Warden ultimate, which is what, 25 seconds away, Dynamo ultimate's good to go. The main problem is that they're basically half the soul value as the likes of the GT and the Holidays. You need to be careful.
Yep, in the mid, we've got a fight. Frozen Shelter to save, Lash Ult to counter engage, and it looks like Warden will be slammed into his death in the Death Slam. Good parry, but only going to delay the inevitable. One thing I'd like to point out is we do have a Phantom Strike on the side of Mo. Mo going to combo the GT on the left lane, but not much going to come out of that. I mean, the Mo is completely alone. In fact, he might just go down to the GT chasing him. GT with the bird. I mean, tries to hide in the closet, but unfortunately, it's all for naught. And they're going to try to dunk the urn here. Is there going to be any response from the side of the Psycho Warriors? And it looks like they're just going to get the urn for free. And the lead continues to extend for the side of Micro Packy.
And now it should... You don't really see this a lot, right? Where you're able to put in the urn whilst both the walkers around it are still up. So this should translate to at least this left-hand side walker over on yellow actually going down. You're going to see some contest coming in to try to put this Grey Talon back a little bit. And actually 4 people rotating on this defensive side over of Psycho Warriors isn't a bad shout. It's a weird team fight, but there's so many people missing in this engagement with the Holiday actually pushing mid.
Unfortunately, the Black Hole not managing to connect there from Smelly Feet, you know. Tried their best to land it, but not going to connect. And it looks like the Warden will also be going down. Pocket 1 HP gets the punch, and Warden might be able to escape with just 1 health. How many times have we seen this Warden escape with literally 1 health? At this point, it's got to be 4. Like, and the Frozen Shelter, but the Kelvin's also going to go down. Could be a big bird from GT. Gets the kill. Abrams going in.
Plus
I mean,
25.
Wait, the Phantom Strike on Abrams. So both Abrams and Mo and Krill have a Phantom Strike by now, right? So this GT could be dealt with these items. But the lead, I mean, it's still heavily in favor of Micro Packy.
I actually do wonder what Basketball's going to be buying item-wise, because he only has 1 orange item. Like, a Spiritual Overflow wouldn't go amiss here, but you've got so many other abilities that you might want to upgrade on the Spirit side. It's just not really something I was expecting, but he is actually just going to fill out all of those Amber slots with slowing bullets, long range, pristine emblem. So good shout, I think, as opposed to trying to make those spirit items stronger, which you typically see a lot of like lower levels, right? Of just, I have 1 amber item, that's all I need for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for sure. So GT filling out of slots, and then we have the opposite end of the spectrum, which is off spec. So I have a little bit of lore about off spec, but this is a player that I've coached in the past, and his gimmick is he really likes playing Mystic Reverb Altgeist. So it's very sneaky, and you see he's got the Mystic Reverb, and he's got it equipped on his ultimate, and if you don't expect it, it literally insta-kills you, right? And so it's not something that's necessarily an optimal build, but it's one of those builds that if you don't expect it, and with E-Shift also being nerfed, by the way, the only counter to the amount of damage you take is debuff remover to remove the Mystic Reverb, but other than that, there's not really a counter to it.
Yeah, and when you're this far ahead, you can see a lot of players go, we can miss out on some of the green items because we're winning so hard. So, yeah, not having a debuff remover could easily be a mistake. That
Hey, wait, the GT's being grabbed on the left side? 1 HP goes down, and that's right on top of the urn. If they can manage to get this urn, it's a comeback urn. They should pick it up right now, reset, dunk the urn, and Maeve's going to pick up the urn. They're going to try to get this Guardian. I think this is a little bit greedy. I think you just reset. You don't need this Guardian. It's not a flex slot. What's happening on the Warden? Let me see.
He's,
Okay,
he's
wait, he's
able
pushing
to
the
get
walker.
the first walker. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's trying. He's backdooring. He got it. But the urn is being
Just from all of
contested
that
on mid.
pressure.
The mid walker is being contested. They may have had to drop the urn, and you know, he's gonna try to pick it back up. Okay, Maeve manages to pick back up the urn, and a lot of kills going in favor of the Psycho Warriors. And I mean, believe it or not, Ryan, but they're gonna be in the lead after this urn, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah. You got the urn on their side, so a little bit of like comeback souls on the back of that too. Able to get the walker on the right. You do lose the one in mid, but considering that there was like a 20k lead beforehand for Micropachycephalosaurus, you kind of assumed, yeah, it's fully even now. You're happy with how things have traded out there. And I also do like from Psycho Warriors, they pushed up, got 2 kills over on this left-hand side lane. They didn't overextend by trying to get this walker. They know that they're not going to get a flex slot from it because it would be the second one. They know that people are naturally going to rotate over from Micropachycephalosaurus. So they kind of go, okay, we're just going to let the wave crash into the walker. We're going to back out because we don't want to give any kills. Now, stuff like mid-boss is something that they need to keep an eye on if too many of them go down.
Yeah, for sure. And now at this point, you ask yourself, well, if the souls are fully even, this team comp all of a sudden looks pretty scary with the Warden ult, the Black Hole, the Moen Curl Grab, the Reaver Geist ult. I mean, the amount of control that's on the left side in the Psycho Warriors team is just, it's very scary, right? And they have a lot of ways to just lock you down and just like make it so you can't fight back. So it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Micropachycephalosaurus to close out this game now that it's fully even.
You do have a lot of characters that kind of like, really a lot of the better scaling characters I do think are actually on Psycho Warriors' side as well. Like, sure, Pocket is just always strong, but stuff like Viscous, even like Holiday to an extent, are just very strong early game and then tend to veer off as the game goes on. Like, yeah, you have Lash and stuff too, but it's about eliminating these really tanky goats-esque characters on Psycho Warriors. It's going to be a bit of an issue. I also like with stuff like Reddit saying like you can't split push in this game anymore with 3 lanes. Take it up with Dr. IQ because he did just that with getting the walker beforehand.
Yeah, for sure. And I do agree with like the scaling to an extent. Like this Warden is only going to get scarier as the game goes on, right? He's got the toxic bullets. He's looking to scale. And at this point, he does a lot of gun damage, right? I mean, this Geist now has cooldown on her ultimate. So now you've got the Reaver Geist to deal with on an 89-second cooldown. So every 89 seconds can just one-shot someone. And you're gonna get most likely refresher on Dynamo. Just bought the refresher on the Dynamo, by the way. Huge buy from that side. And so, you know, I would say the comp from Psycho Warriors is fully online.
I see Pocket.
Some really big tier 4s to work with. And even just seeing like the knockdown and decay, like almost like a utility focused B-bot from Retro. Just filling in some of the slots more than anything. Puts
Big
more
move
pressure
on
onto
off-spec here on the
basketball.
side. Looks like they're looking at the guys here. Holiday moving towards. What can this guys do? He's trying to escape. Abrams going to come in for the reinforcements. The whole team moving towards there. I mean, this Geist is not the ideal target, you know? She's got reverb on her ult. If you go on her, it could be scary. Abrams is in there deep. And looks like Lasso does not connect. And
oh my god.
Black Hole onto 2. And it's big. It looks like it's going to be a huge... Oh, and the hook. Okay.
Are you having flashbacks to yesterday by any chance?
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what happened to me. What's happening to the side of Micropachycephalosaurus is exactly what happened to me in the scrims against melee creeps yesterday. And big Lash ult, can he get anyone? Unfortunately, connects onto no one. Gets Phantom Striked. And Black Hole again. That's illegal. Why are you doing that? What did the Lash do to you? And the guys with the Reaver bolts. It looks like GT's gonna go down too, I think.
This would have been a good shout to do mid-boss, I think, as well. But the problem is because that mid lane is so shoved in, you can't get that final walker. You can maybe get the mid-boss, but you need to fix that lane. Otherwise, it is going to be a fast rotation for the Kelvin, who was ultimate, the Pocket as well. Even though this makes sense for them to go for a mid-boss push here, I would have liked to have seen the Pocket try and go and contest this mid. Yeah, this is a really good chance to contest it.
I think if you're Micropachycephalosaurus, you definitely try to contest that. I mean, Pocket has Affliction. He could have done a lot of damage there. The side of Psycho Warriors has no ultimates left, but it looks like this mid-boss will be mostly uncontested and should be free here with Micro Packy opting to split push instead.
It's one of those ones too, like if on the right hand side lane, if it's just one walker you have left before you get a flex slot, then maybe you can just split push that instead, but there's still 2 walkers to grab here. So it is a really good like comeback for this team over of Psycho Warriors to keep pushing things up. You do have the Urn, which is still actually going to be even. It's going to be neutral. So this is a great chance for the Moncrill to pick it up. You could sense that the Pocket wanted to try and contest it, but said, fuck that, I'm not going to touch that with a barge pole. And they're going to try and fight behind their walker to stop the flex slot going for Psycho Warriors.
Hey, Rytro actually gets caught in the jungle, though. Warden ult to counter engage, and we've got the Pocket ult. The Dome, unfortunately, not getting too much utility, and it looks like it's going to be perhaps a bit of a reset. The side of Psycho Warriors trying to run away as Maeve dunks the Urn. So 2 kills for Micro Packy, but Psycho Warriors has the rejuve, so they all have fast respawns, and they did still get the Urn, so it's not worst case scenario for them at all. Like, the lead stays exactly the same.
Having the 2 lanes as well where they still have their walker up just completely pushed to the side of Micro Pachycephalosaurus's map means that there's not too much for them to do. Now, in these instances, I think it's, again, a little bit more straightforward when you have, like, these teams that have been scrimming a while. You do have a lot of farm on your side of the map, so there is a little bit of a chance to come back. Now, you're only 6k souls behind them in total if you're Micro Pachycephalosaurus. But you also now have a bit of pressure to put on, especially these safes that are on the left-hand side of the map. GT over there, Pocket over there, making sure that you don't get caught out in some of these team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And not getting caught out is very difficult because you look at Abrams, Phantom Strike. You look at Mo, Phantom Strike. You look at Dynamo, Warpstone. So they have so much catch, but we're going to have a lasso onto the mid lane on the Mo. A pretty tanky target. Gets a big heal off. And looks like might be able to get away. Huge rescue beam as they chase on. The Mo is still alive, 1 HP. And he managed to make it out. He's literally won. He's actually so won.
Hiding in the corner.
He's still alive. The black hole. There's no way. And it looks like we're going to trade 1 for 1. Dynamo backing up. Lash ult catches 1. Gets thrown back.
The guy's just taking a shrine.
The guy is just taking a shrine in the meantime. What is happening, Ryan?
They just push past the base guardians as well. That's the thing that they might need to sort of consider. Like, you don't get the flex slot if you don't get the 2 base guardians at the same time, but I think it's not really been recognized exactly what's happening here.
The troopers are getting the base guardians. The troopers are doing it on the right side. Will they be able to get the base guardians? I'm more invested in this than the fight. They got the right one. They're onto the other base guardian. I think they're gonna get it, Ryan. I think they're gonna get it. This was calculated,
they actually do.
surely.
Like, the guys does want to go down here because you don't have. Now it's risky, right? Because if you went down 30 seconds ago, you still had rejuve. Now you don't. They're actually able to get out because they invested in a Majestic Leap because, of course. So actually a lot of damage done despite the team completely wiping on the side of Psycho Warriors, living up to the name, able to get 2 shrines and that final flex slot despite not having that mid walker.
Yep. And I mean, it's not often that you see the shrine and the Guardians going down before the mid walker, but here we are. You know, Death Slam, we're going to see a lot of stuff no one has ever seen before. So redefining the meta 1 Majestic Leap at a time is the Psycho Warriors. I will say 29 minutes, 45 seconds until the next set of buffs and Urn, and now it's fully even, but you don't have Black Hole for 40. You'll have it just in time. And do both teams, so it's easy to remember the first Urn, right? It's at 10 minutes, you don't have a lot of mental load, but 30 minutes in, remembering where the Urn spawns, being there on time, I'm very curious to see how teams will react, because the Urn is going to be on the left side of the map in the yellow lane, as it always is. But it looks like Holiday farming on the enemy side of the map. Abrams looking to capture.
Risky.
Rescue beam. Wait.
They grabbed
the grab though, the debuff remover, the hook, the frozen shelter. I mean, this is like literally pro gameplay.
That is crime, hate crime actually, that comes in from Psycho Warriors 2. Just as the buffs have come online, the Urn pretty much untouched, unkempt on the side, on the left. And it really is just Psycho Warriors trying to put their all into getting this final walker. But this is probably the most common area that teams throw away leads, is trying to bottleneck themselves taking a final walker and just taking too much of a team fight when the defending team has so much resistance from the walker itself.
For sure. And, you know, if you're Psycho Warriors, I wouldn't overthink it, right? Like, you don't have to force this. You can just get the urn. But it looks like off-spec is just going to go in. And, I mean, he swaps. He has swap reverb, so he's pretty scary. He's just shooting the Walker the whole time.
Ooh, debuff
Walker's
remover
pretty
needed.
hurt, but, you know, the Walker still hasn't gone down. It is very, very hurt, so they just need a little bit more damage. It's like a sliver of health. I can't even see its health bar. That's how low it is. Black hole not going to connect. I think it got canceled by a GT trap. I believe that's the first black hole we've seen canceled like that, but they do end up getting the Walker, and they get more kills. Abrams going in, gets parried, turns on, and they trade. Dr. IQ going down as well.
1.1?
Bebop. That's a lot of kills. Maeve got the urn. Can the Mo and Krill dunk the urn? Is he going to go for it? Or is he going to hold on to it, wait for the respawns? It looks like he's going to hold on to the urn.
So this is where people talk a lot about like tempo as well. Like now you've got 4 players that are out of the game for at least 40 seconds. Now's the time to fix some of these lanes, but you still have the GT sort of sheepishly pushing mid. You got 2 people not doing anything actually on the side of like Micropachycephalosaurus. They're trying to like ward off where the urn needs to be deposited, but you've got the lanes going past you. You need to fix those. The 2 walkers are on the wings of the map. You need to be putting pressure there. So now it was like 50 seconds that 4 players were out of the game. Now it's about 20, and that's when like the pressure's coming in. It's not going to be long for these players to be back in the fight.
Yep. And everybody's going to be respawning in 10 seconds. It looks like Pachycephalosaurus looking to push this Walker on the side here as a group of 3, and they should be able to get this realistically before respawns. But Mo and Krill goes in, disarms people, slows it down quite a bit. We've got the Alchem fire. Geist is here, and if people get caught here, I mean, mid boss is going to respawn soon enough, and it could be bad, but looks like it's going to be a full reset. And I mean, mid boss just respawned, so imagine how bad that would have been if they got caught there.
Also seen farming the safes on their side of the map when you've got like a lot more pressure happening on the walkers, especially like you said, because people are rotating in just from being dead and then moving over to where the walker was, then being neutral again. You've got a lot of like nice pressure here with a GT, but he's up on his own, and the Mo and Krill has been getting a lot of catches with these ultimates. Definitely respecting it, especially with the massive bag that they have of as well. 1k unsecured souls
for sure. And we've got Dynamo holding the urn right now, just running boxes, not really doing much. Both teams, I think at this point, realize that, hey, the next fight, whoever wins this is going to get mid-boss, and it's going to be definitely in a prime position to win it all. And we'll see what happens, essentially, with this game. I'm very, very
There's a lot of
curious.
pressure being created on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, no jungle left, right? So this is the part where the game essentially becomes all about coordination and what you want to do in your game plan as a team, because there really is not a lot of jungle left, right? So you have to do something together.
You know that the urn's like a good amount off. It was a lot of pressure, a lot of push. The Psycho Warriors were able to get on the right hand side, but because they can see the Dynamo in their spawn with the urn, they know that urgency is not coming in. Now it is, however, and the fact that the Dynamo's dropped the urn suggests that it's going to be ultimate time.
Lash looking for an ult, unstoppable. The Mo Phantom Strike to try to cancel it. Didn't realize Lash Strike's not unstoppable. Gets thrown in. The black hole, unfortunately, does not connect on anyone except the Trooper. But the Refresher. Can the Dynamo connect on another black hole? Looking for an opportunity. Finds the pocket. If you kill the pocket, that's good enough. Can he go down in time? He's 1 suitcases. And unfortunately, it looks like the side of the Psycho Warriors down 3 players and are probably going to get cleaned up here. Abrams 1 HP. Bebop goes down, and I mean, this, unfortunately, this GT is just unstoppable.
It's saying to me that he did 9k damage with his charge shot in the last 30 seconds, which I'm going to doubt a little bit. Yeah. Apparently he did 23k in the last 30 seconds. Not quite sure now, but he did do a lot of damage, and that is mid-boss. Again, because the lane is shoved up in mid, if there were better respawns coming in for Psycho Warriors, it would have been a good chance to contest, but I think the Geist has to go for this. Otherwise, the game is in a bit more of a precarious position. You have taken their shrines. They haven't taken any of yours. So you don't need to maybe worry about the game ending anytime soon, but it is the lead being retaken by Micropachycephalosaurus.
Right. I think they're definitely in the
You could maybe take the urn.
I think at the end of the day, I don't think you really go for this. The reason is, at the end of you can definitely win fights, right? you have the black hole, and so you have the tools to win a fight. You just need to kind of turtle up. So here, it's really going to be how well can the side of Psycho Warriors turtle up. And now, unfortunately, the guys kind of did worst of both worlds. Didn't go for the mid boss, but also tried to go for the buff and getting caught out here. And I don't think this Geist is going to be able to escape. I mean, might be able to do a little bit of work with the swap here. A lot of damage going out. Debuff remover, I believe, on the Holiday. The Holiday's 1 HP.
Oh, the Warden.
Going down to the bomb, but I mean, this Geist is doing a lot of damage, I gotta be honest. Warden going in, hasn't ulted. Everyone is very, very hurt, and it looks like Micro Packy's gonna have to show some respect and reset.
Yeah, I was worried that the Warden was going to make another mistake that we commonly make, where it's like, my teammate needs help, I'm going to run in and help them. Oh, my teammate is out, I'm dead.
Yep.
Especially when you're so behind on souls as well, like you're up against Viscous that is 10k on top of you, the Holiday that's a 41k as well. I do like this fight that's about to happen. It's a good fight to be taken, I think, if you're Psycho Warriors, but they're just opting to not engage with this whatsoever, trying to pick up their farm.
Right now. It was 5 seconds on cooldown, so I completely understand the decision. They're taking the decision to defend their Walker instead with the black hole. It's going to be all eyes on the Dynamo to see if he can get something going. We're going to go with the Dynamo cam for a little bit. If he gets a big black hole, this fight can turn around. If not, he's going to go in. Gets 2. Is it going to be enough? 3. The Lash ult. Big counter engaged. Warden ult. Frozen Shelter. I mean, every ability is being used. And it looks like nobody's dying just yet. The Moen Krill grab onto the Kelvin. Doesn't manage to kill him. And unfortunately, it looks like Psycho Warriors are going to go down one by one. The Holiday does get traded. And there's still some people in the back. And a lot of people are very, very hurt on Micro Pachycephalosaurus. So this could be a cleanup moment. Let's get our eyes on the Abrams and on the guys. See if they can clean this up. Right now, they're in a 2 versus 4 situation. Abrams trying to escape. Guy's still full health. Still has swap. Maybe she can try to do something. But it is 1v3.
It's a 30k soul lead now as well, actually, from Micro Pachycephalosaurus. This last Walker, not too much to try to contest it. Geist is very good at that, but it is going to be the full clear up of the Walkers, so allowing a third flex slot to go in. And now with so many people down and out, it does mean that there's a good chance to maybe try and get a flex slot hit. You don't want to overdo it, because whilst the Dynamo is 80 seconds away from having his ultimate, he's back in 20 and refreshers just come back online. So that could be an easy mistake if we can keep dedicating to this, because Dynamo doesn't have ultimate. The secret is that he does.
Yeah. I mean, 40k lead. Things are starting to look dire for the side of the Psycho Warriors. I mean, they always have the tool of the black hole. The refresher is still available. 50-second cooldown on the black hole. We'll see if we can see something happen, but I mean, it's looking very, very difficult to come back into this. I think if you're Pachycephalosaurus, you down the Patron, you back up, farm, just get your lead to like a 50 or 60k lead. Looks like that's what they're gonna do. I mean, the Kelvin's got 12k souls right now.
I'm just holding on to
12,000 souls.
33% of his like full soul value that he's just holding on to.
He's rich. I mean, Lash has 7,000, right? The Viscous not as much. So the Kelvin really is holding a lot of money. So see how this goes, but yeah.
I think it was a good reset because it isn't too long again from from the bridge buffs, keeping the push up, taking the Psycho Warriors' farm on their side of the map. Means that you basically go into a final fight without the rejuve, but at the very least with both bridge buffs and a lot of farm and a lot of big items to buy and spend on. Now it's just not being cut out, because that's the one thing that has been good for Psycho Warriors. Like, they have been able to get some really good catch with the Bebop and the Moen Krill. So if a player is out of position and isolated on the side of Micro Pachycephalosaurus, they can easily sort of come undone.
Yep. We'll see. I mean, earn and buffs in 30 seconds. If the side of Psycho Warriors manage to get this, I mean, maybe they can find a way back into the game. Nothing's impossible. Warden farming on the right side here, getting gone on by Viscous. A little bit isolated, but more players are converging. Looks like the Warden is just going to back up. They're going to look to reset. But they have numbers on the side of the map. I mean, if they manage to grab this Viscous, they could actually probably just kill the Viscous. Lash coming in with the counter engage, though. Looking for the Lash ult. Doesn't connect on anyone, however. So this could be maybe a chance for Psycho Warriors to win a game, win a fight.
To win a game.
Yeah.
They've just started their careers. Yeah. We don't need to put that kind of pressure on us.
I mean, Holiday Lasso, The fight is not looking great for them. They haven't been able to find an opportunity to kind of get in. A lot of players hurt on the side of Psycho Warriors, and Dynamo caught out a little bit trying to reset, but the chase is on from Micro Packy. But, you know, it's very classic. Both teams are just going to reset.
The spirit urn is waiting.
Buffs up still. Should be a chance to pivot across. Everybody being alive, though, is good. Dynamo holding on to the ultimate means that they've got it naturally, but also have Refresher in the back pocket if they need it. So these aren't bad fights to be taking. It is a huge lead of 45k souls that is separating Micropachycephalosaurus in an attempt here. But like we keep saying, all it takes is one good Dynamo ultimate, and at the very least, this game has extended another 10 minutes.
Yep. I mean, we're now 41 minutes into the game. I mean, I did expect these games to take longer than the average game you see in, you know, high level play. Not that we haven't seen long games in high level play, we have, but this is definitely quite long. And you know, even though the net worth lead is 40k, you know, it's still possible to come back. It's definitely not impossible. You get one good black hole, you get a good pick, right? It looks like the Geist is prepping herself for a big Reaver Bolt. If you look at her health, I think she's keeping herself low on purpose here to maybe look for a Reaver Bolt and just try to one-shot someone.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit that Micropachycephalosaurus are aware of it. There's a lot of debuff removers that have come in, but there's so many good team fight ultimates about to be potentially unleashed. The Warden has a big bag of 800 souls. They're going to try and go and fight in.
Onto the Lash. Oh my god, Lash instantly
away.
Dies. I mean, Pocket gets the urn, but whoever wins this fight matters more than the urn, really. Huge black hole. Oh, it's actually massive. Pocket goes down, Viscous goes down. And I mean, this fight is looking winning for the Psycho Warrior side. The GT kind of caught in the middle of nowhere. Can he escape? He's got substam, he's got E-shift, he's got debuff remover, 63k to his name. I think he'll be able to fly away because, you know, his hero has a lot of stamina because he needs it.
This is a good reset, though, I think, actually, for backing up. That again, that mid lane is pushed so much. Doing mid boss here is hard. It's a 4 versus 3. Kelvin does have his ultimate. He's also playing for Refresher, even though it was just used. This is a good chance to at least delay things. It's worth a fight here. The wave, the lane itself on Micropachycephalosaurus' side is good. The contesting this is an option, but it feels like, again, they're not really on the same page about this.
I mean, Kelvin gonna go for poke. I like this poke. Getting gone on by the Abrams, though. Gonna get caged. Has to pop the Frozen Shelter defensively in kind of an awkward area and won't be able to delay the Rejuvenator. As we can see, they're on top of it. Kelvin tries to parry. Unfortunately, he looks like he's gonna go down. The grab onto the Kelvin. Not the Kelvin, sorry, the GT. Very hurt. Rescue beam. They're trying to reset. Oh, they're both one. The GT is literally one. Abrams going in. Can they catch him? I mean, the Abrams is going to be able to catch someone, but it looks like a GT will actually escape with 1 health here. And the Kelvin does go down, and now Rejuve back in the hands of Psycho Warriors.
Well, this is a real back and forward game. I also realized as well, because the GT's called basketball, if the Mo and Krill grab him, is that giving LeBron the ball?
Good question. I don't know. Giving LeBron the ball.
Because Chianti's been doing it as well with, like, the Phantom Strike Abrams. I just feel like a lot of players want the basketball here, at least.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like the basketball GT has been popping off, right? 19 and 2. I mean, oh, Lash ult with Unstoppable. Gonna catch the Abrams. Will the Abrams get to reset? Gets taken down very,
into the
very
trap,
quickly.
too.
Yeah, into the trap. No reaction possible. Off spec from the side, though. I mean, big X factor in these fights is the Geist ult. It looks like they're just going to reset. They realize, hey, we're down Abrams for a little bit. But now they don't have Lash ult for 86 seconds. I mean, the Lash does not have cooldown reduction at all. So the ult cooldown is actually quite long.
I mean, that's maybe the one thing that is missing is just, like, you got the Affliction, which is good on as many people as possible in these team fights. Outside of that, your Viscous ultimate can just be multi-useful. Your Guided Owl is looking to eliminate a target more than anything, and also, you know, with the lasso, trying to catch people out. You don't have like a Warden ultimate or a Dynamo ultimate or an Abrams, and I'm surprised it took this long to get our first NA pause in.
Let's go. I mean, let's talk builds for a second. Let's look at what we've got, right? Anything interesting? So Bebop at this point, full gun build, but doesn't have crippling headshot. So, you know, it's definitely not something that you see often. Usually you'd see crippling. a lot of people have a lot of resistances. Like this Kelvin has 64% bullet resist, so you're not really going to do a lot of damage to him without shred. On the side of Warden, fairly normal build, except for the fact that, you know, he went E-Shift as his first 6K. Definitely not something you see every day. The Abrams is Gubami Abrams. I mean, he might even go like Boundless next at this point. The game is so late. Guys, we've already talked about.
Yeah.
Bone Curl with Leech. I mean, not something you see every day for sure. The Dynamo build doesn't have Unstoppable yet. Definitely, you know, could be a problem. And we've got maybe an engage here on the Fluff buff.
This is always like the interesting part because yeah, you've got like builds like Gumbani Abrams. Ballistic never really thinks about playing the build to this late into the game because usually the game is done at that point. So this is always that kind of like weird Twilight Zone, I think, of just weird stuff happening when it comes to builds.
Look at off-spec right now on the guys. Look what he's doing. He's putting himself on the high ground, damaging himself with the outside area, preparing for the swap. There's no way. They're going to look to do something here. They don't have rejuve anymore, though. Are they still going to look? They might reset here. Gets rescue beam. It looks like they're just going to reset.
He gets rescue beam. He's like, no, I just did like 2k damage to myself.
Like,
why did you heal me?
Yeah. Yeah. That is funny. And it looks like Talon at this point, 35 spirit from his ult. You know, I'd honestly expect a little bit more considering his 20 kills, but I mean, if you shut down this Talon, you really eliminate most of the damage from the comp of Micro Pachycephalosaurus, right? Like, a lot of the other damage is just not very consistent. Like, this Viscous is ball build, Pocket is full ult, the Lash is very, very defensive build. Like, a lot of these heroes just don't have that much damage if you shut them down a bit. We're gonna have Frozen Shelter onto the Warden. Can they manage to take him down through his ult? It looks like he will go down indeed. And full reset. Kind of got caught out in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, that's a thing that Holiday excels at, is catching people out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Gladion picked up again, trying to put the pressure in over for Micro Pachycephalosaurus. And it really did look like in that position, there was a lot of control taken from Psycho Warriors to do it on their side, but seeing as that fight, just losing one player of the Warden has allowed this to come through very easily. And that's a big lead that has always been pretty one-sided for like the last 10-15 minutes, but especially getting ends this late into a game is you could buy a house for that money.
For sure. I mean, at this point, it's not even like about the money anymore. It's like, what do you buy? You've got a lot of these builds that are reaching ultra late game, and how often have these players had experience with, you know, reaching 70k? Like, how optimal is it going to be? At this point, you have a GT with E-Shift and Unstoppable, right? That's going to be pretty hard to deal with. Mid-boss just spawns.
Yeah. Like I said, this is usually where like your favorite like Eterna 6 streamers' builds end. So you've got to work out what would naturally come next.
Ooh,
and it does depend on what you're playing into.
Lash just popped Unstoppable, unfortunately. A bit of Fat Finger. We'll see if that actually like changes anything. It might, to be honest.
Look at the Abrams. He was like priming himself to fight, but now actually he's looking really scared. Is Psycho Warriors backing off here? Are they contesting this or not?
It looks like Mo will potentially go down here. Mo's very caught.
Well, Mathematical.
Buying some time. With the Leech. Mathematical goes down to off-spec, so it's a 1-for-1. It's really not too bad. Like, it's a decent start, and they still have the black hole, the threat of the black hole.
It was a 3k damage soul exchange. 2.4k to 900 with a reverb.
Yep. Makes sense. What does he buy on the Geist now? I think he just bought improved spirit armor or leech. I can't tell what he had or what he didn't have before. Actually, let's look. He just bought sub-stamp.
I see great talent.
I mean, I think both teams know that this mid-boss is for the end of the game, right? If you get this mid-boss, it's very likely that you can close it out. If you're the side of Micro Packy, it's just you don't want to throw away your lead. If you're the side of Psycho Warriors, you kind of need this, right? So there's no world in which you let him get this for free. But both teams are very, very scared. I mean, it makes sense. A lot of these players are going to be very nervous, right?
Yeah, one false move and it's done. And they're also going to tire as well. Like, fatigue and playing in this kind of environment is a very easy thing to do. And now that we've heard the call of the mid boss, it is going to be continued on from Micropachycephalosaurus. You do have the Kelvin there that can almost be security with the frozen shelter. But you got the Bebop that's rotated away, not realizing that this is actually going to be a mid boss fight.
It might be a little bit late, yeah. But they get the rejuve. Can they win this fight though? Dynamo gets completely zoned out by the shelter. Does black hole onto 2, but one of them is unstoppable then. I mean, it's not gonna matter. Lord of the Blues goes down. Can they get a couple more trades? I mean, good damage coming in from the Geist. Looks like, oh wait, big grab onto the Lash. Can they finish him off? They do kill him. And it looks like it's just a full-on brawl. Holiday goes down, and this fight is actually not looking too bad for Psycho Warriors.
Yeah, they managed to survive. You got the Geist that's low HP. They're going to be happy about it to an extent, but their ultimate offline, always looking to see how much damage they were able to do with some of their abilities for the most part. It's mostly just the malice. I'm going to look through people to see how much damage was done total by like each of them in that team fight, because
yeah,
it's crazy that they were able to survive.
Doing a lot of work in these fights, to be honest, and I think the Warden, Abrams, guys, like it's just so much beef to deal with on the enemy side, right? So
no, it's the Geist. They did 15k damage in the last 3 minutes. 5k of that has been soul exchange.
I mean, the damage output is completely insane from this end. Do we have at least spirit resistance on the other side to mitigate that? Most people do have spirit armor. The Pocket at this point still has 0 spirit resist, and he doesn't have a lot of shield, so this guy is just kind of made out of paper at this point. You probably need to go armors 50 minutes into the game, you know?
I mean, yeah, survivability is a key part of it too. You're looking as well of just, if you're Micropachycephalosaurus, you're looking at how much spirit damage is over on that side, and even if you have something like a Bebop that's building more towards, you know, like Vampiric Burst or Silencer in this case that Retro's going for, you can't ignore the spirit damage that's available for Abrams, for Dynamo, for Warden, for Geist, obviously.
Wait, they're going on the Kelvin. They isolated him. One kill grab. Frozen Shelter doesn't matter. Goes down. First pick goes to Psycho Warriors. Are they going to continue fighting here? Off spec on the rooftop. The player to watch for sure. Looks like both teams a little bit afraid to engage, but I really think Psycho Warriors should use this moment to try to look for another pick and try to get the ball rolling with something.
I'm looking at this as well.
Fully fake. The souls are fully fake. It doesn't even matter anymore.
This is ridiculous. This life for off spec, they have done 40,000 damage. I'm not sure when they last died.
I don't think that's correct. Because for me, it says it's something different. For me, it says like a more... Oh, sorry, that's incoming, outgoing. Oh, shit. You're right.
Is it the same for you as well?
Well, it's like 10k Malice, 10k Essence Bomb, 7k Soul Exchange. I mean, yeah, it's essentially like 35k damage.
They have more damage in this life than I'm pretty sure some of the players do full stop.
Onto the Viscas. The Black Hole connects onto 1. The Lash Ult has counter initiation. Gonna get 2. But Dynamo just uses his 2, and Moan Curl grab gets interrupted. I mean, what is happening anymore in these late game fights? The Moan Curl using E-Shift to buy some time on the other side. Gonna get kind of caught out, but should be able to escape at the speed of light. GT Birds into a very awkward position and just completely caught out alone onto the low ground. Can the guys clean him up? There's no way GT escapes this, surely, right? The Frozen Shelter, though.
No.
Okay.
No, when you've got the guys leaping in behind.
I think if they win this fight, I think that's GG. If they're able to get some staggers here, it should be GG. They don't have a way for a little bit, but the Dynamo is making sure that they do. And they're going to kill Lord of the Boost as well as Tony. Now they have 5 kills, and Lash, the only person remaining for a good 30 seconds. And even when they do get respawns, it's going to be a long time, right? And the respawns are so long this late into the game. And the Lash gets caught potentially, gets hyperlined.
Yeah, he can't die here.
Oh no, the Black Hole barely doesn't connect because he popped Unstoppable, unfortunately. So he does live. He does live. He is delaying. I mean, I think you stay. If you're the side of Psycho Warriors, you stay. You've got 2 people dead for 30 seconds still. You can probably end. The Patron dies so quick this late into the game, and they don't have Frozen Shelter to delay you. You don't have Refresher on Dynamo, though.
Yeah, they're scared of the Death Slam, I think, just been thrown into the Defender spawn.
But he doesn't have Unstoppable, so you can stop him. Okay, Death Slam. Doesn't throw him to the spawn, though. And big damage. Can they win this fight? We've got a grab onto the Lash. Lash goes down. They're onto the Patron. Patron is half HP. And they're just focusing. They're probably calling, shoot the bay, shoot the bay. It should be done, but yeah. GG. Psycho Warriors take the game. Wow.
The 54-minute game as well. Like, I know that like in the lower ranks, I suppose on average the games are longer, but genuinely a movie. I think with how that played out. We did get to see like, did we get the code for it? Because I want to see how much damage in the end
right now.
Off-spec ended up doing.
Let me get the code from my stream. Got 2 people. Okay, so the code is. Are you ready?
351. Yes.
I'll just copy it. 351-96261. Let me look in game. Let me post. So yeah, Offspec did 76,000 damage, almost 100,000 damage game from the GT. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Gonna be reporting the results. So, Psycho Warriors. 1, 2, go. Let's see what happened in the other games. So, here, I'll let you talk about the scoreboard a little bit if anything stands out to you. I'm gonna be looking at the other games right now.
Wait, did you copy it to me?
No, I put it in the match thread.
Oh, I see.
Gotta look at it.
Actually, basketball ended up doing the most damage, which, yeah, as a GT isn't too surprising.
So it looks like procrastinators versus replacements. I believe that the side of procrastinators won in 41 minutes. So also a pretty long game. Let me just... Replacement 0. It looks like one of the other games is still not done. Actually, 2 of the other games are still not done. It's just procrastinators versus replacement for 1 and 0. And we're waiting for We Buy Metalskin versus M1 Freaks and Job Habbers versus Wage Cage to be done. Let's take a look at Stream 2 and see what's going on there. So Stream 2, it looks like we're also in a 47-minute game. And it's probably going to end, although it could go either way still. I mean, it's a 5v6, so it's not by no means, you know, by no means over.
The McGinnis in play.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch the view to the boom. M1 Freaks versus We Buy Metalskin.
Not too bad for Metalskin. The Abrams doesn't end up
Metalskin yesterday was saying that they like had free scrims as well, didn't
What
they?
cooldowns do we have coming up here? I mean,
They've
Gordon has
been
his ult in 30. It
playing
looks
a couple
like
of games at the
M1
very
Freaks
least.
is losing
M1
the fight,
Freaks-
but they have Rejuvenator.
This is not too ideal. He says he types kill.
It's still
Mo.
fully kill mode.
Stuck.
Oh,
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 no.
he's stuck. Oh, the
Oh,
Mo is
that's
literally stuck.
Oh, this is not good.
Stuck
Okay, you
in
can
the
type on
wall.
stick in console.
You gotta type unstick in console, Henry the Gamer.
Yeah.
Maybe I can type to him. Unstick in.
No, they can't. They can't see what you're typing.
DJ.
He just needs to type unstick in console. I wonder if there's a way we can contact them if this is still happening.
I mean, here, I'll
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
I'll try to at one of them.
okay. Oh, he's out, he's out, he's out.
Oh, wait, he's out. Okay. I think I'm
Run, Mo,
unstuck,
run.
Step Bro, he says.
I think
Where
they're, I
does that
think they're
game mean
nervous because
stream?
it's like, oh, he was
Look
stuck.
at the
Maybe they
pinned
don't want to kill
message.
him. I'll
Let me
kill this
think.
guy. Listen, if this is not like Fight Night, this guy's dead. He's killed. And he...
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It kind of looks like they were willing to let him go, but he started fighting them. So then they're like, well, fuck
Holy
this guy.
shit.
We're just gonna have to
Are you
fucking
watching
kill
this?
him. And
I
then
am.
they ended this goddamn miserable little
Like
bitch
All right.
cinema.
guy. He's killed.
So, what I'm going to
He's
do, any
killed.
closing thoughts
He's
about the
full
game that we
kill.
casted? Otherwise, I'm going to send it to a quick break on our side, and I'm going to direct people to the other stream. Any closing thoughts?
No, I just think if that first game is a testament to the rest of them, that this tournament's going to be an absolute fucking banger, isn't it? So I'm excited to see more of it.
All right, awesome. So we're gonna send it to a break. Look at the pinned comment, guys. I'd encourage you guys to look at the second stream to see the end of that game, and then we'll be back with the next set of games. I'd expect probably a 10-minute break or so, although I'm not sure. I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer in just a second, and we'll be back in not too long. So let me just set up the timer. Yes, I'm a professional. Don't worry about it. I know exactly what I'm doing. And boom. One sec. So hopefully this works. All right, good luck, guys. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Boom. Hello, welcome back, everybody. So, the first round has concluded, and it looks like we can go over the results quickly. So, I'm going to pull up the bracket. For those that want to see the bracket on your own, you can type !bracket, and you'll be able to see it. But, here we go. So, we have Team 1, Job Havers, taking the win against Wage Cage. We have the M1 Freaks beating We Buy Metal Skin, the Procrastinators beating the Replacements, and the Psycho Warriors, as we saw on the stream, beating Micro Pachycephalosaurus, or whatever the name is.
That's it. No, you're right.
That's it. And for round 2, we've got Job Havers versus Psycho Warriors. We've got We Buy Metal Skin versus Replacements, Procrastinators versus M1 Freaks, and Wage Cage versus Micro Pachycephalosaurus. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Personally, we get to choose which one we watch, right? So I'm kind of interested to see that, you know, the M1 Freaks versus the Procrastinators. One sec, I'll cast M1 Freaks versus Procrastinators.
Is there a game where both teams won their first one?
Yes. One sec. Let me give the channel permission. Sorry guys, this is not you know, I have to do the behind the scenes stuff and you know, also do the casting. So procrastinators versus M1 freaks. I just need to give them permissions in the channel. So procrastinators, M1 freaks, boom boom. Okay, now they have
I always compare
permissions.
this whole like doing the production whilst casting. You know, in Mary Poppins, where Dick Van Dyke has like the drum on his back and like the cymbals, and he has to like play a guitar whilst he's like playing the drums with his
Yeah,
legs and stuff like that.
for
You're
sure.
basically doing that.
That's true. I'm kind of doing it all. And so, you know, I'm working behind the scenes, giving roles to the Discord and stuff. And we're going to do potentially the coin flip live. And so we've got, he's chosen head. Now, very exciting. I'm going to do it live. Watch out, flashbang, guys. It's a very, very white website, okay? Boom. Okay? So Matrixist from the team, the procrastinators, he chose heads. We're going to flip it. It's going to be live. And tails. Tails. It's tragic. I'm going to take a screenshot for him. Boom. Unfortunately, well, you know, it's tails. So what that means is unwishable from the other team. Take side. I'll make lobby. Yep. So we're going to get this match set up. And hopefully, you know, the draft can get undergone in a couple, you know, couple minutes. Give me a sec. I'm making the lobby.
Ooh, they went Sapphire.
Yeah, so they chose
Very
Sapphire.
meta.
So they get the 2 picks. So, you know, very curious to see what we'll see. I believe that on the other side, the Stream 2 should be covering. Let me see. Stream 2 will probably cover the other teams that won. So the Psycho Warriors match. So you guys will cast this. One sec, setting up everything. Sorry about the delay. No worries. Okay. All right.
This is
So-
why we need sponsor readouts from the people that have donated money to the prize pool.
True. We need something. All I will say is, you know, during the downtime, a little bit of a sponsored segment. The sponsor is myself. So, you know, if you guys like to support the stream, make sure to subscribe. If you've got a Twitch Prime, it's much appreciated. I don't want to, you know, make this sound bigger than it is, but this has been a ton of time. Realistically, I've put in more time into this than I have into like TF2 Boomers or really anything else in the past week. I've put in easily, you know, 20, 30 hours into this. I haven't counted because I would probably not be very happy if I counted. But it really helps if you subscribe, support the channel in any way you can. I do also offer coaching. So exclamation point coaching, check it out. And that's going to be it for the sponsored segment. At the end of the day, you guys will always be able to watch for free. And I really appreciate you guys' support. But yeah, you know, gotta put some bread on the table if I want to be able to host events like this again. And also thank you to all the people that donated to the prize pool. You know, there's a list of them in the official Discord for this tournament. I don't remember all of their names, but thank you very much. It's very generous and we appreciate it. And the community really came together nicely on this tournament, so it's awesome to see. It looks like, okay, they started the draft already. Let's get into it. You see the draft link? I mean, I'm just gonna pull it up. So,
Yeah, I got it. Sorry.
one sec. I'm gonna have to change the title in a sec, but yeah. So we've got the procrastinators with the first ban. And they banned Holiday, and it looks like most likely going to be a Bebop ban from the side of M1 Freaks.
So I think as well, like whilst we can talk about stuff, like you can also talk about what you would do if you were in their situation. Like I guess either of us can do that. Like,
Yep.
Here, this feels like for the procrastinators, whilst it says that the Bebop's locked in, but it still says that it's like hovering the pick.
Yeah, I mean he's not locked in. He's hovering the pick. So let me just do. So here we've got procrastinators versus M1 Freaks. The procrastinators.
Which will come with a third. I feel like if Bebop is locked in for a first ban, this is the easiest GT pick. Actually, no, they're gonna go for Paradox. And again, that's good. Like if you have a Paradox player
Hmm.
and you don't have a GT player, amazing. But in like an ideal world, it is the most ripe opportunity, I think, to pick up GT with how strong they are throughout the game. Early laning phase or 60-minute mark, GT puts out a shed load of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. So Paradox, yeah, they're hesitating. So one thing that I told these teams, this is a little bit of lore, is I told them use every second you've got on the clock. And I said, this is from my experience drafting, Ryan, and you've seen us a lot, right? Even when you're an experienced team and you're experienced drafting, it can be a lot of things to debate in a short amount of time. And so you really want to use every second. Even if you know you want to first pick Paradox, you want to consider what do we want for second and third, right? Like what are they going to pick? You want to use all of that time to think about that. And that's what I told every team. Use every second that you have on the clock. I think it's just sound advice in general. And you might not know this, Ryan, but in Dota, there's this mechanic during the draft called reserve time, which is essentially both teams have like 3 minutes or something of reserve time that they can dip in at any time that they want. So like every pick or ban is going to be like 60 seconds still, but you can go past the 60 seconds into reserve time if you have a particularly crucial time. Yeah.
Can you do the voice that's used in
Oops.
Dota tournaments, like the lady's voice of like Virtus Pros turn to pick?
Virtus Pros turn to pick.
That's the only thing I remember from like Dota esports that I'm like, oh my god,
Cool.
she doesn't stop.
Well, yeah, it's awesome.
It's amazing.
Sure.
But yeah, like I think it's a good shout, and especially because you are playing up against with people that you don't really know as well. So it's a good chance to talk about, okay, what do we want to be doing? One of the things I think that's also worth discussing that could easily be glossed over is like lanes. Like even this point in the draft,
Yeah.
looking at like, especially when you've got like the GT Holiday in play, I say those because they're the most common like first picks. Like Mo and Krill Mirage, you're going, okay, we put these two together in a lane, probably in the mid lane or something like that. A lot of teams have started to do that a lot more of, I mean, from like the stats I've been tracking for the 1-win tournament,
Yeah.
85% of the time, the first pick goes into the mid lane. That's how much teams like play for, we're going to take the strongest character and put them in mid because of how important it is.
Mm-hmm. So looks like Mo and Mirage looking like a very Hydra Nation-esque start to the draft, right? We've played against this type of draft of, dozens of times on TF2 Boomers. I mean, Mo and Krill Mirage, extremely strong laning duo. You pretty much secure your mid lane if you want to put it in the mid lane. There's not a lot of duos that kind of beat it, right? It's just very, very strong if played optimally. And it looks like the enemy team is going to answer with the Grey Talon. And I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the procrastinators have a Bebop player, they could answer with Bebop here, and it wouldn't be bad, and it would kind of like
It's
make it a little awkward. Oh, it's banned. Wait, so Bebop and Holiday are banned, so only Paradox is left. So not a lot of pick heroes in this game. I don't know the impact that pick heroes are having at this skill level, considering every game has essentially gone to like 45 plus minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be coordinated around it for sure. And like Abrams, not a bad shout, really. I think with the characters that are left, you may be looking at. You would have said Pocky before, but since the E-Shift nerf, less popular, less potent. Yamato also is like going up in popularity. Calico's gone down. Really, you do have a lot of like freedom of choices here. It doesn't feel like very set in stone. Potentially 7 if you want to play for that. At the very least, you know that these games, even if they're one-sided, are going to go on longer than they probably should. So characters like 7, Wraith especially, might actually have a lot more stock added to their name because of just this level of play games being longer than they need to because people don't know how to finish off a game when they're ahead.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's to keep in mind is we saw in the other game that we just casted, Kayanti on the Abrams have one hell of a game. I would say if I had to name an MVP, it would probably be him. He made a lot of stuff happen on the Abrams, and he was kind of like one of the biggest reasons why they managed to stay in the game for that long. Of course, like the Dynamo Black Holes and the other, like there was a lot of plays. Off-spec had a lot of 6 swaps. There was good grabs, but the Abrams was kind of the rock of that team. And I think Abrams at the skill level is just kind of like an S-tier hero, to be honest.
I think so. I mean, You'll talk to Salty about playing Abrams, and like at the highest level, he's such a threat that it takes pretty much so much of the focus. They see
Yeah.
the Abrams being out of position ever so slightly. People are going to decay you. People are going to CC you. They're going to take you out because of how annoying you can be. And it's like you're playing. It's almost like a sort of race to the moon, Civilization 5 kind of vibe of just we need to get to this point before he does, because if the Abrams gets to this point and he's strong, we cannot stop him. And we've all
Yeah.
had those games where we've gone up against an Abram that's like 28-3, and he's just unkillable. So yeah, like that's something that they need to bear in mind. But obviously, because they were playing in another series beforehand, they might not be as well aware as we are of how much damage this Abrams can do.
Yeah, for sure. And we got the Lash third pick here. So once again, we're seeing very consistent trend that Lash kind of being picked in this third pick on Sapphire. Both drafts we've seen. I think it kind of makes sense because I think most people realize that Lash is not necessarily strong enough to justify picking him like first or second, right? But at the same time, since everybody knows every team has a Lash player pretty much in this tournament, and it's a bit of a threat in these late game fights. A lot of people are going to ban it second phase. So if you're gonna pick it, you kind of need to like third pick it. Otherwise, you're not going to get it at all.
Yeah, and again, like you
banned.
maybe have just a bias. That
Oh,
is
wait,
weird.
Never mind. Viscous.
I was gonna say, like, I heard you say it, and I'm like, well, usually you don't steer me wrong, but I think Viscous, I think it's a good shout when you're playing sort of like the Moncrel Lash just to save people. Like I said, 7, I think, is just a really safe second ban, might be one of the more popular options. Otherwise, it's typically Kelvin, Vindicta, Bebop that teams would typically try to get rid of.
7. I mean, if they ban 7 here, I think it's like pretty standard in the sense it's a good damage dealer. It's shred, good laning. It has a stun. 7 ult is like pretty difficult to deal with. At the same time, I think that they have decent answers with the GT, so I don't necessarily need to ban 7, but it's like you're never unhappy having a 7. I do think it's quite likely we see like a Kelvin 4th pick here for the side of M1 Freaks, just to like complement the Lash and have it so the other team doesn't get it, and it's just a good hero in general. Yeah, Sinclair still being open is kind of crazy. It's most likely due to the fact that the teams don't have a Sinclair player, would be my best guess. But I think it'd be a really, really good answer on the side of procrastinators to the Kelvin, to the Mo. A lot of good ultimates to steal. Even Lash, if you go Warpstone and Superior Stamina on Sinclair, you can get some pretty big Lash ults. And, you know, it could be a great pick.
Yeah, people don't expect it as much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also a pilot issue. I think stuff like Viscous and Sinclair you have to put a lot of time and effort into them. But I do think in these kind of tournaments, I would be chomping at the bit to play some Sinclair. And I almost feel like we want to rewrite some wrongs in the past, and we're going to be, if we see a Sinclair, we're going to be super nice to them.
Yeah, for sure. And yep, Kelvin pick here. What will they answer with? I mean, I really think Sinclair looks like a fantastic pick for the side of procrastinators. Another hero, which I think would be a pretty good answer here, would be Geist. Calico is also decent, has good stall for the Kelvin ult, can dodge the Lash ult as well, right? Like you have a built-in E-shift essentially. So pretty good against both Kelvin and Lash. I think it's a decent pick here. But I would really love to see Sinclair, but if they don't pick it, my only guess is they just don't have a Sinclair player on either team.
I think Yamato is also looking like a really good option just across the board. And like you could even make an argument for running double sniper with the procrastinators and picking up Vindicta. I don't think it would be a terrible game for them. It just make it hard for Lash Moncrel to just be like, sure, they can try to grab you from a distance, really, but you've just got so much like threat from afar, but then also Abrams and Calico to close the distance and Paradoxes and in between.
Yeah. So Calico and then Ivy. I actually don't hate the Ivy pick here. I think it's good against the Kelvin. It's pretty decent against the Mo and the Mirage, right? You've got silence, AoE control, good wave clear. The laning stage is, you know, her laning is not that good, but it's passable, right? You can manage the wave with Kutsu, and it does just fine. And when you get to these super late game scenarios, Ivy ult with Refresher is also like a complete menace. And on top of that, for people that don't know, like Watcher's Covenant, her second ability has insane spirit scaling. So when you get to the late game, the amount of fire rate and lifesteal that you get from it is like completely like ridiculous. Like
And
we're
you give to other
talking
people, yeah.
50% fire rate, like 80% lifesteal. Like I'm not even exaggerating.
I've seen a lot of people like Litz, I think, for Paravision go in Watcher's Covenant as like the first item in lane 2, just because it does a surprising amount of like healing in your first couple of waves. I do like the Vindictor as like the last pick though.
Wait,
And like,
Sinclair last pick potentially.
please give me the Sinclair, because the ultimates have just got better, right? You get swapped by Geist, you just swap them back, and then with the Kelvin Dome too.
I mean, this is not
whose
like
draft do you like better? I kind of like the one on the left, but I think it's harder to pilot.
I do think that procrastinators probably have the better draft. I don't really. I think the Vindicta last pick is fine. Like it's good against Abrams, it's good against Calico, but it's kind of like bad against every other hero. But at the same time, Vindicta is just very strong, and so I think personally, I do prefer the draft on the left. However, the draft on the right does have very strong lanes. You're laning against Mirage, you're laning against Vindicta, arguably some of the strongest laners in the game. And you do have very strong laners yourself, like GT and Sinclair. But at the same time, you have a lane that's going to have an Ivy that could potentially be abused. But if game 1 was anything to determine, well, sometimes if you have a lead, it doesn't matter. Because in game 1, we saw a 20k lead early. And that team lost.
It does feel very much that like the Sapphire team had more of a plan of like how they wanted to go for the first round. Like it feels like we're playing up against Hydro Nation, right? A Demo and Krill and the Mirage, and then get a like catch character for Flick is kind of how it felt. And then banning up the Bebop first, because I mean for us that's been a good option. Like if we go up against a Mirage Mon Krill lane, Bebop is really good at just stopping that lane from getting any headway, building a lead and doing whatever they want, frankly. So they're like ahead of it. They've got their win conditions, they're playing around it, which is more to be said from some of the teams that play in North America. Like they have a plan. It's whether that they can actually commit to it, because everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right?
That's true. And I think at the end of the day, most of these teams, they get drafts that are playable, right? Like they have their idea. It's going to come down a lot to execution. What I told each of these teams is I think it's very unlikely that draft is going to 100% determine the winner. A lot of it will just come down to the execution of it, because it's not like the game is being played optimally, right? As we've seen in the previous games, we've had a lot of very, very long games. And yeah, looks like both teams are ready. So I will start the match and we will get right into it. Let me modify the team names. So let me just see which side each is on. But this is the Procrastinators versus the M1 Freaks. I believe M1 is on the right side.
I'm sorry, Matrix. I'm watching you the whole game.
Yep. So Matrix is on the Procrastinators. So Procrastinator. I'm gonna have to resize that a bit.
Ooh, they're not actually doing Mirage Mo as a lane. They're doing Kelvin instead. And the one thing about Kelvin, like Kelvin is a strong laner. He's really good at putting pressure on, but typically in the outside lanes, putting in mid doesn't tend to translate very well with just the map trajectory of it. Whereas GT Sinclair is a hellish mid lane to deal with. The problem is actually getting the creeps farmed and actually contesting denies.
So one thing that you're seeing here is I think that these players are underestimating how strong they are, right? So the Sinclair and the GT, you see them kind of being on the back foot level 1. I mean, the Sinclair hasn't used his assistant. Like, realistically, they should win this level 1 trade, right? But they're not using their kit to their full. Oh, wait, the Sinclair's doing my tech. Wait. Well, I'm not saying this is my tech, but he's putting the assistant really high up in the air. The problem is before you have 2 points in assistant, your assistant doesn't last quite long enough to do this, but pretty cute.
I mean, there's been a lot more examples of people getting decay as like a third item to just increase the duration even more. I think Quig was doing that against us yesterday. Just, you know, Hollow Point Ward, High Velocity Mag, Decay, basically in that order.
I mean, Decay is just such a good lane item. However, against, you know, it's pretty good against Kelvin, not so much against Mirage, but still, I mean, it's always going to do damage. You're never going to be upset having a Decay. It has good stats, like, it's good. And on the other side, let's look at the other lane matchup. So we've got Lash Mo. You expect that to be a bit more of a passive lane against Abrams Paradox. And then you've got Calico Ivy against Vindicta Geist. And it looks like the teams are kind of adopting this mentality of having your weaker lane on your own left side, right? I don't know if you're seeing this, but they put the Lash Mo on their left side, and they put the Calico Ivy on their left side as well. So wonder if that's something that they observed in a couple scrims and they just decided to replicate, because I didn't tell them anything about that.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that some teams believe in it, some teams don't. But it's the thing about it is somebody that does believe in a lot of the strong side, weak side. Is like, regardless of whether teams believe in it or not, they do it. Like a lot of teams will just sort of put their like Shiv Kelvin lane on the right hand side consistently for whatever reason, and it just feels like it's just getting so much push and pressure in. But here on this left hand side, the Calico Ivy is not only a good lane to deal with that pressure, but they can also find a lot of push themselves and even take this Guardian if the guys to Vindicta are not careful.
Yeah, for sure. And Calico taking a lot of damage, but Geist 1 HP and a lot of pressure coming out from this Ivy Calico lane, which you expect to be kind of the weaker lane in this matchup against Vindicta Geist, right? You wouldn't expect Calico Ivy to be winning, but they've got the pressure and they're pushing it hard.
Yeah, they got burst down by gloom bombs more than anything. Like the Kudze bomb was really nicely placed from the Ivy, but I think 3 or 4 of the gloom bombs actually hit onto the guys. They're still trying to fight and contest. They do have the life drain to bring back some HP and some regen that's going to allow them back into it, but there's still a lot of burst options there, especially up against the Calico.
Yep. I think if we see First Blood, it's pretty likely to be in this lane or in the mid lane. I mean, you know, back on the Sinclair, I mean, they are down quite a bit. The Kelvin has 2.5k to the 2.1k on the Sinclair. I think he just probably got a lot of denies. There's no other explanation. But, you know, it's interesting because Kelvin is going to get his ultimate pretty soon, only in 300 souls. So if he gets an early Frozen Shelter, it could be a problem. And we do see a Locket pickup from the Sinclair. Now, pretty smart buy against Mirage. Because Mirage, every Scarab counts as one spell, so you get a lot of charges against Mirage. So we'll see how this plays out. But now that we have Locket, I'm not so sure we'll see a First Blood in this lane. I think it's much more likely to be against the Geist lane.
Yeah, it's more of a stalemate, really. Which I guess when you have GT Sinclair in a lane, you don't want to be pulling your foot off the pedal. You want to be full, trying to push in and send it as much as you can. Yeah. It really does feel like a lot of these lanes are going to be pretty passive, so I don't know where this first kill is going to come from, or even how long it's going to take for a first Guardian to go down.
Yeah. I think both teams, you know, a little bit of like they don't want to lose the lane too hard. Like they realize what it means to get snowballed out of lane, and they're just playing a little bit more conservative on that sense. And
ooh, good swap.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
On the right lane, Paradox getting a swap. Lash ultimate going to be used. I don't think connects onto either. Now it's going to be the seismic impact for the Abrams. Just scouring around, trying to look exactly where Henry the Gamer is over on this Lash. Wasn't going to go for the melee. Knows that the timing doesn't quite work. The parry can come out just beforehand. But yet again, it's just like a stalemate. Nobody's died in the first 5 minutes of this game. Both teams happy to just kind of, like you said, avoid losing.
Yeah, and I mean, the stalemate continues. I mean, they go on the Sinclair mid, but he just steals the Frozen Shelter. I mean, he's got Locket as well. He's probably just going to use Shelter to reset here his HP pool because he's quite hurt. Yep, use a Shelter. And like it's just going to be another stalemate. He's going to heal to full off of that Shelter. And just a full reset.
I think it does look like a game where you would probably go Max Bunny before anything else. Like, Max in Ultimate is good, but for the ultimates that are available for you to steal,
First Blood.
Hard to say.
DMAC goes down to Igon's Vindicta, gets the snipe. Interesting to see that the First Blood goes the other way, because when you were watching that lane early, I mean, the Calico and the Ivy were kind of dominating, but it flipped around, and when the Vindicta hit her ultimate, she was able to, you know, take down the Ivy. And interestingly,
they're looking
Vindicta,
to max ult.
no barriers. Looking to max ult.
Yeah, they're
well.
looking to max ult as Vindicta. Yeah, so...
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on Igon, because maxing ult, it can really go both ways. Either you start snowballing hard and you dominate the game, or unfortunately, I guess in 3 ways. Either you dominate hard, you snowball, or you dominate and you give the enemy team a bunch of money because you die with a bag, or you just don't get any kills and you get 0 value from it.
I mean, typically you just go straight for the max of the crows first because of how much just chip damage it does. And when you've got Calico and Abrams on the side as well, just that like decaying damage of the pro familiars, so annoying to deal with. And it also just etches away any enchantress barriers as well, which You know, the likes of Sinclair and GT might be looking to grab up at some point too.
For sure. Vindicta once again looking for another kill on the Ivy. Stone form used. Another charge of the snipe is available though. Ooh, nice shot from Igon. Takes down the kill, and first 2 kills going to the Vin. And you know, a little bit of a snowball starting, and not much, but it's a little something.
I mean, the good thing about laning with Geist as well means that a lot of damage can be done to the Guardian to win this one early. Not the malices and the bombs being used, actually. More try to use the kills themselves, or try to go for the eliminations themselves, even than putting pressure on the Guardian, which looks actually at this point that more damage has been done to their Guardian than anything. Ivy's going to fly in. A little bit of a drop, but a Calico looking to try and be aggressive. Ultimate allowing them to sort of reset, disengage as and when they're needed. And whilst the Vindicta's been a bit of an issue, they have been chipped down for a good amount of damage. This Ivy is surprisingly doing a lot of weapon damage with the long range that they picked up as well. They might be going a Wonders build.
In the mid lane, a bit of an exchange here. Kelvin getting domed by the Sinclair, and the Sinclair living on very, very low HP. I mean, this Sinclair, I would say, could have won this lane, could have played aggressive, but instead opted for the route of like negating as much as possible. But he is doing a very good job at surviving, right? He's got 8 locket charges, playing defensive, and it's all right, you know? You don't need to snowball your lane. I think in this tournament, going with the strategy of like, hey guys, let's not get snowballed in lane. We've got the Ivy ult for late game. We've got the Sinclair Bunny for late game, and we can steal all of their ults. I think it's a fine strategy to go for.
I think I'd agree if we were talking about like pre-nerfed Mirage, because on the face of it, again, like this Mirage Kelvin lane can be quite scary, but Mirage is a lot weaker. Kelvin doesn't just win a lane on his own. He can very easily lose it. It's just who you combo him with. And Mirage isn't an amazing combo for him to synergize with either. So I do agree that like in tournaments like this, just feeling it out is important. But I think it's important to play to win your lane as opposed to play to not lose it, especially the mid lane when I think you've sort of won out on the draft with these characters potentially.
Paradox looking for a swap. Doesn't connect. I mean, doesn't actually go for it. Doesn't connect the carbine. Both players in the Paradox lane very hurt. Swap onto the Mo. No anti-heal onto him, though. Just gets the K. Abrams looking to go. I mean, I'm pretty sure Abrams could have dove that, but doesn't really opt to go for it. I think players in general might be a little bit nervous, right? The first game was a 50-minute game, and I think that might have signaled the players like, hey, these games are going to go the distance, right? And let's not throw if we have a good situation. We don't want to, like, make this game go to 50 minutes for no reason, and buffs and earn in 10 seconds.
It's
and
like
no
watching
tower has
European
gone down.
teams.
But no tower has gone down in 10 minutes.
So definitely like European teams. Oh, I like that the rabbit actually been used from Matrix. He's able to get the gun buff over on the left-hand side, which is very, very strong for Sinclair, especially if you're sort of building into the two a little bit more.
Abrams and
Really,
Paradox
so
like
far,
getting gone on the right side, but nothing came out of it. Really, like a lash ult was used and still no kills on that lane. Still 0-0. Well, actually, Abrams died once, but yeah.
That's the first Guardian. It's the Vindicta Geist being able to pick it up.
Yeah.
And that should really just enable so much freedom for the Vindicta to be moving around and just being an annoying presence. Especially now that they have like the ultimate maxed up, that's when you can start doing a lot more with the Crow Familiar, which they've already got 2 points in. But it resists Shredder too, so yeah, if they're not paid attention to, they've got full combat barrier and enchantress barrier. They should be moving.
Bit of a fight in the mid lane. Kelvin gets
one.
swapped, gets killed. Onto the Mirage next. Can they? They're gonna look to tower dive him and get that kill, and maybe try to convert it into a tower. No parry onto him. He should be going down. Yep, gets taken down. And I mean, I think we're gonna have to be looking at this Vindicta on the Sapphire team on the side of M1 Freaks, because this Vindicta is really gonna has 4-0, has a lot of their net worth, and that's where the momentum has to come from.
Now it looks like they're rotating away. But I mean, it was a good play. Maybe it wasn't like the rotation that they wanted over on the Sapphire side, because it wasn't like the one player that came into the mid lane to make it free there was from the lane that they lost the Guardian in. It came from the right-hand side from the Paradox and the Abrams, right? So maybe that's just a bit of momentum lost. You get the first Guardian on the side of Sapphire, but you don't really get to snowball as much as, say, teams like Melee Creeps might do. We're just putting people in those kind of lanes.
Yep. And I mean, it's pretty much the game is fully even at this point, right? There was a bit of a lead for the side of M1 Freaks, but on Sapphire, but now really not any considerable lead. They do have, you know, the flex slot lead because they've just taken their second Guardian. But this early, it's not that big a deal. Mirage going to look for a TP here, and they're going to TP onto the side lane, onto the Calico Ivy. Sinclair is there for backup, though, so we're going to have a bit of a 3 versus 2. They could get baited in, potentially, and overchase, but looks like both sides are just going to reset. That's the bird. Gotta get on the bird cam.
Yeah. It's
Bird
coming
just
in.
chilling.
Is it looking for people? I mean, it hits Grey, doesn't really do that much damage, but does break the barriers for him.
Sure.
Enchantress barrier going to be out of the game for just a little bit longer. The GT rotating to mid. It's a good lane to be just farming in as time goes on. And the Urn's still sitting pretty. It's been 2.5 minutes since we saw it come into play. And now with the flex slot open, yeah, you're looking at M1 to actually grab it and start putting pressure all across the map, but instead they're going to go for that third and final Guardian.
Kelvin with potentially a missed dome there off the Lash ult in the other lane. I mean, I like the Kelvin's rotations on the map. He's going to every lane whose tower hasn't been taken and just trying to take it. But will we see a response from the side of the procrastinators, or will they be fashionably late? It looks like Paradox swap onto the Kelvin. Gets taken down. They're looking for more. I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. Moancrow burrows away. Lash is 1 HP as well. And they might be able to transition into a tower. But on the other side of the map, also pressure on that Guardian. And they're going to get that Guardian as well. So very back and forth.
Both teams in mid actually letting their walkers taking a bit of damage just with the waves crashing into each other from each side. Just completely split fights happening. Really just about taking control of the lanes. Flex slots grabbed on both sides. And 30 HP Calico. Paxel is able to actually sneak out, get the healing right and Ava going, so they're able to just run out completely and farm a couple of boxes. And the fight starting to just completely dissipate at this point. It was a long engagement in 2 different areas of the map. And so far, it's still relatively even. It's just a Guardian that separates the 2 teams in 3k souls.
Yeah. And I mean, Vindicta really, like, I would say M1 Freaks are further behind than the souls indicate, because a lot of their net worth is stacked on this Vindicta. So if this Vindicta is not at a fight or doesn't manage to get enough value, I mean, they're going to be pretty far behind, right? This Mirage is not really having a good game. Not a lot of money, and same for the Lash, right? So a lot of these heroes that you'd want to have more net worth on, it's very concentrated on the Vindicta. And the Vindicta is kind of playing to scale, but I would like to see the Vindicta get a little bit more active, because you've got most of the money on your team. You need to be making these plays, and this next buff and Urn is the perfect opportunity to do so, and it's coming up in 10 seconds.
All Guardians down for the time being. It is that Urn erasure that seems to be happening. Wasn't touched at all, wasn't picked up once. Is reset over to the side of the map where there's a lot more traffic, a lot more people playing around it. And now that all of the Guardians are down, might be a chance now for teams to focus on it. And in fact, Panglab is going to be the first to pick it up. Not really going for the fast rollout, but when you're shown instantly, sometimes it's just better to go and get out the normal way, because he just dodged a lash ult with it.
Yeah, Vindicta showing up to this fight. A lot of damage on the Sinclair, looking for more, staying in the air, being mostly unbothered, but knockdown out of the skies. So good itemization, but the Abrams will be going down as well, and that's 2 kills for the side of the N1 Freaks. Will they get a third? I mean, this Vindicta does a lot of damage right now. A lot of gun damage on the Vindicta. Has Quicksilver reload, has all these things, and I think N1 Freaks are about to get cleaned up here. Oh, and Lady Guy's just communicating in-game that there's 3 people there, just in case, you know? I mean, huge fight, but is anything going to come out of it? Because their waves are just, like, not good on the side of N1 Freaks. All of their waves are bad.
Yeah, it's one of those instances of, like, when you do fight for the Urn, like, how problematic it can be, because it did sort of feel like maybe both teams were baiting it a little bit. As soon as it was picked up, that's when the Lash comes in with a full team fight with the ultimate. All 6 players ready to take that engagement. But you're right, like, this early in the game, it can't really translate to... Potentially could translate to a Walker over on this right-hand side. But right now, I think just their focus is fixing their waves. They've got loads of farm up in the middle of the map. Getting this Urn across to the right-hand side, for them, is going to be their main focus for the time being.
Yeah. And Lash holding onto the Urn. I'd like to see this Lash donate the Urn to potentially the Kelvin, but he doesn't have ult, so he can hold it. It's actually fine. Looks like they're just going to try to go for the turn in. A little bit of a hesitation. definitely some heavy contests from the side of procrastinators.
Ivy ult.
As they, yeah. Ivy ulting. Will he find anything? Looks very passive from both teams. I mean, right now, Urn is full. And what's happening on the rest of the map? Mirage is split pushing. Vindicta is also split pushing, right? So the side of M1 Freaks right now are just kind of winning out on the macro. Vindicta is going to get this mid walker. And even though I think if you're procrastinators, you have to look to force this fight on the Urn because the Vindicta is not there.
Parried him.
Oh my.
Able to get out up against the Sinclair and an Abrams. It's a little bit egregious, but you do also lose front seat over on the Kelvin on the end drop off. You are able to actually pick it up in the end. So now an 8k soul lead working in favor actually now of M1. And this fight, it's looking a little bit TF2 boomers, right? The Urn has been dropped off, yet the fight has just started.
Sure. The fight, but no objective left. I think that the side of the procrastinators, they're just trying to get something out of this, right? And Mirage does end up going down, and it looks like Geist will probably end up going down as well. So you get some favorable picks, and a lot of these picks, you know, you're behind, so you're getting comeback souls from them. And will they? I don't think they'll be really able to convert this into a walker, but they might be able to because there's no lash ult, right? So they're going to look to try to push this left walker, but big response from M1 as we see 3 people fast dipping, and I think procrastinators are going to look to reset if possible. Abrams might be
I think
out,
this
though.
is like the right call though. Like, yeah, the Abrams should be able to get out at this point, but it's also they didn't overcommit. They sort of knew that there was going to be a rotation in, and now again you're looking at M1 maybe being a bit reactive, a bit too much of like sending too many people across. You had a bit of a split push happening from the Paradox over on the right hand side. So the Kelvins had to go across there, but of course that's something that the procrastinators are going to see. The Kelvin, who is ultimate, is over fixing these lanes on the right hand side of the map. Let's look for a fight in mid because he won't have the shelter for them there.
Yep, and they're looking for the Calico. They're looking to get a couple more picks, and the Moon Krell, I think, ended up canceling his ult, even though he grabbed the Calico, but I think he might have canceled it on accident, unsure. Paradox, knockdowns on the Vindicta, and it looks like not much is going to happen. What I will say is the side of M1 Freaks have been looking to kind of be on top of the fights, but generally from the procrastinators on Amber, they've been doing a pretty good job at wave management, so their waves are almost always better, and so even though they're losing these fights, they're not usually losing an objective on the map.
Yeah, winning team fights is one thing, but converting it from tempo is certainly the thing that like MOBA players, whether it's from League or Dota, you're going to be used to. But if you're like from third-person shooters or just FPSs in general, might be the hard thing to get your head around. You do have this this hit group playing together over on this right-hand side. Paradox is going to join them. Obviously, Paradoxical swap pulling people out of position to be a nice way to find an opening to put pressure onto these walkers now. Geist needs to be very careful here. It's going to hit a ticking, goes out into the open to show in lane, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Both teams doing well to try and avoid each other as much as possible.
Yep, the Urn's still sitting pretty. One thing I'd like to mention, both buffs were taken pretty much immediately as soon as they spawned, so, you know, shout out to these teams. I mean, I'm sure that in pubs until recently they weren't doing that, and now all of them are right on top of it, so, you know, hopefully this will also improve the quality of the average Deadlock game. Not only watching this, but these teams practicing, right, at a more average skill level. Will translate into
I'm going
pubs.
to book them for scrims for the rest of this week.
I mean, their macro's looking pretty clean. And they're gonna posture towards this Urn. However, you can't really turn this in, right? Because you're down 9k. The Urn's not looking good for you, and there's a split push happening. So you could try to go for this Urn, because you know Lash and Mo aren't there. That's two big team fight abilities that they don't have. Sinclair trying to defend the Walker. The GT right now is not really in position for anything as he birds from spawn. That's kind of worst case scenario. I think the GT really needs to get involved. But big fight on top of the Urn.
Vindicta, they've decayed them as well. The Abrams has chased them down. It's a good fight. The Urn now going to be deposited from the Paradox. It was a good swap that enabled that fight in the first place. And also a good hold, actually, from the GT and the Sinclair that were fighting over to protect this walker on the left-hand side. So they're able to get the Urn, and they're not being split pushed on.
Wow.
Able to get a kill onto Henry playing the Lash too. Might be a great chance for the procrastinators
be a
to
walker
actually
as
start
well.
picking up this lead. Yeah. Really,
they're
good
going to try to push this walker, and they might be able to get it. The mid walker has pressure on it as well from the troopers. I mean, I did not think that was going to work out for the procrastinators, and yet they pull through, and now they're ahead. They were behind, you know, nearly 10k, and now they're ahead 5k. So 15k net worth swing just like that.
I think it was still impressive from M1 though, because they had 3-4 players over towards the urn, but none of them were showing in lane. They were all hidden, ready to go for that fight. Plus, they had 2 people pushing the walker on the other side. So it was really good play from both sides. It's just how that team fight went. It was the paradoxical swap onto the Vindicta, a knockdown into a decay, into an Abrams charging at them. That's enough to find the opening. Like, the tag selection genuinely is really good from the side of the procrastinators.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are the teams. I want to clarify something. These are the teams. They both won their first game, right? Both of these teams are currently undefeated. So whoever wins this match is going to be undefeated as well, 2-0. So these are right now most likely one of the better teams in the tournaments, right? So we'll see. But this is very, very close game.
Them for playoffs as well, wouldn't it? Or do they
Well,
need, like,
everybody gets in playoffs. So a little bit of clarification. So today, nobody is getting eliminated. Everybody still plays on May 10th. This is purely for seeding. However, seeding is quite important because on May 10th, the quarterfinals, which is the first round, will be best of 1 only. Which means if you are 8th seed, you're going to go against the 1st seed, which is, you know, allegedly the best team, in a best of 1, right? So you're not going to get many chances. So you definitely want to get a good seeding here because it's just going to give you an easier matchup for the elimination bracket. So you have a little bit more leeway.
Finding a better angle.
But
things
pretty even.
Quieting down for a minute. It's been a weird game so far because it's like both teams are just playing completely pacifistical. Playing like pacifists. And then it was like a 3-minute long fight, and now it's gone back to sort of this quiet lull. You've got the Mo and Krillin guys looking into mid, seeing if they can catch somebody who's potentially out of position. You can see that everybody's trying to like group around playing in mid. The other players in behind. You've got the Kelvin again showing in this left lane, which it can be a problem. It doesn't even need to be like your support player, but sometimes, you know, Wage might do it, right? Like he's 10k up on souls. So if you see him in one of the lanes far away from the action, you go, their strongest player is in the other side of the map. Let's go for a fight here on the right hand side. So the Kelvin needs to be careful. He's playing the support. He's got all like healing over, rescue beam, his ultimate, and the fight's happening in a completely different direction.
And we're going to be looking for a Lash ult. Picks up 4 actually. Movie Lash ult. Knocks him down. Huge damage going down. And I mean, I would be very surprised if the side of M1 loses this fight considering how it started. But you never know what happens. 3 kills in their favor. The Ivy goes down. And Vindicta should be able to clean this one up. And once again, though, you see that the waves are actually this time in favor of M1. So they have 2 waves at the Walker. The buffs just spawned. The urn spawn, so this could be an opportunity for M1 to get back into the lead here.
Yeah, like the Vindicta there in comparison to the last fight that we saw where all of the focus went onto them. That fight, they were just up in the air. Nobody even looked at them, and they just completely cleaned up with the damage that they were able to put out. Also, looking at the Vindicta build, it's pretty conservative in of itself. You've got superior stamina, you've got debuff reducer, you've not gone for any big like tier 4 items. You've just gone for like the typical heal bane stuff. Just make sure that you do your job as much as you possibly can. A lot of the damage that's come in has been from the gun, but still, like, Vindicta's just so good at being well-rounded with spear and gun damage, even when you're not necessarily playing around the Crow that much.
Yeah, and I will say I'm kind of impressed by how these players have been building defensively. I legitimately think that their defensive building has been mostly sound. I mean, we see a Lash with an early unstoppable, right? And the enemy team has Paradox, they have Knockdown, they have Bird, they have a lot of ways to potentially cancel it. And last fight, he got a 4-man ult, and that won them the fight. So unstoppable is pretty good. Debuff remover on the Vindicta for the knockdown. Like, these players are not, you know, building too poorly.
Yeah, I think the key thing that's going to like probably be the win condition for either of these two teams is going to be just positioning. Whether you're in the fight or not, whether you get focused or not, fight happening around the Walker that was pretty easy to claim in the end for M1. Their first Walker, their second flex slot in total. But you also look at the damage it's done to the other Walkers in mid and on the right-hand side. It might not be too long before they get their third flex slot online, especially now that they have Reju.
Let's steal this, their centers up here.
Yep, so Moan Curl tries to go for the Walker, gets chased out a little bit. Big Bunny onto them, and it looks like the Procrastinators are looking for a fight here, maybe overextending a little bit into their own jungle. Lash looking for an ult, dodged by the Ivy. Beautiful stone form, and no Lash ult. I mean, this could be a signal to go, and the Vindicta is not there as well. The Vindicta is getting caught by the Abrams. Huge parry.
And they're able to get out after getting the second Walker. I do think that this is still good from Procrastinators. Like, I was worried that they were going to just run in and try and go for the fight, but they are playing around that final Walker. They're playing with that extra resistance. They're not overextending. Yeah, this is a really good like counter-attack that's coming in from the Procrastinators to stop that third Walker going down.
2 kills. Mirage goes down as well as Moan Krill. They keep chasing here. The Geist is very hurt, but she saw a swap. Frozen Shelter stolen by the Sinclair. Will they attempt to do a dive? It looks like they're probably just going to reset with it. And they've picked up the urn. This should be a free urn. I mean, they have 2 kills, although the respawns are very quick, right? And Ivy goes down, so maybe the urn won't be so free, but Abrams almost there already. Sinclair does have the Echo Shard right now. He tried to refresh his bunny, but he doesn't realize that the Assistant is the last ability he's used, I think.
Yeah, he did use it just before.
He might... the Echo Shard Assistant actually ended up being the right play, though. I don't think he meant to do that, but it ended up saving his life there. And mid, we've got a little bit of an engage. This Walker should go down. The Kalatu doing a lot of damage, though, but Guys hits the swap, and most likely a reset as the Lash is going in really, really deep. Does get a kill, but Abrams charges him back, and Unstoppable popped. Lash goes down. Calico should be able to get out.
Just 3k souls separating the teams now, but it feels like it's very one-sided when it comes to the objectives available. This ongoing pressure is nice, I think, in the end from M1, but you're looking at like the Geist who is almost 10k souls. Like, again, a third of their total net worth is just sat in their back pocket, ready to be spent. And now when you have this much control, you've got the buffs and the urn in a minute's time. Now's a great chance to just pick up some of the farm that's on your side, your left-hand side of the jungle, and go in to potentially finish out the game fairly soon. It's the souls that are just completely even, but objectives and map control, you have so much.
Yeah. And I think once again what we're seeing is these teams seem very evenly matched. And the Vindicta, 38,000 souls at 29 minutes. She is extremely rich. But at the same time, the side of Procrastinators have the answers. They have the knockdown. They have the Phantom Strike, and they have, most importantly, the Grey Talon. And, I mean, Grey Talon can just, you know, win the fight usually against Vindicta in the sky. So, buffs in 20 seconds. We'll see what happens for this fight.
Right now, Calico on one side, just playing for the safes. Might be heard from the Mirage, just playing up the high ground. Yeah, the fly-in is looking to try and be the potential opening.
On top of the buff, the silence onto the Kelvin. Lash ult for counter initiation, or actually Lash popped Unstoppable but no ult. I thought he did, but looks like they were just gonna reset, and that was, I mean, that was beautifully played.
He's got the buff on the left hand side, and it's actually going to be picked up here because the scoreline is literally so even. It's going to be neutral, but here I think as well, because you are so behind on like Walker damage, especially. Not having somebody on the side of Procrastinate shoving this left-hand lane to put pressure on this Walker feels like a big miss, but they're really scared of just losing this as a full team fight. Mid-boss isn't going to be up for another couple of minutes, so you don't need to worry about that either, but that's the one thing I'm worried about here with Procrastinators. There's no pressure happening on any other part of the map other than the urn.
Lash ult connects onto 2, slams down its max, the Tornado, the Moan Krill combo. 2 people go down, but Matrixist gets the urn amidst all of that, and it looks like, yes, the fight will be lost, but the urn was taken. And so overall, another even soul trade.
And actually, because the wave was shoved too, means that there's no like counter-attack that can happen on the side of M1. In fact, they just need to fix their lanes, and because the walkers are gone, there isn't much for them to be doing at this point. There's still a lot of pressure that you could be putting down. There's no mid-boss to take on the side of M1. They're just going to try to really put a lot of pressure towards that middle lane. Calico GT fixing the outside lane's been shown on the map. Sinclair buying in shop. Need to be careful, actually, that they don't give up a shrine here, because this is a surprising amount of aggression considering M1 state fixing all the lanes and pushing into mid.
4-man bunny. And he's just going to Echo Shard, and he's going to look for another one. Unfortunately, does not quite connect, but I mean, we all know how problematic the Sinclair ability can be for the enemy team, just keeping them unable to use their abilities or their weapon. And we're just going to see a full reset from the side of M1 Freaks.
Actually, as they reset, taking some of the jungle on Procrastinator's side. Really good way to be pushing through. Mirage going to be fixing the lanes just over on the right-hand side, making sure that the Walker doesn't take too much damage, most of which has been done to that middle Walker by the Vindicta. Not really worrying about a flex thought at this point. Now that the Procrastinators have realized that their jungle's been somewhat invaded, they're going to try and up the ante with the aggression. Knockdown's going to be used over on the Sinclair. He's able to teleport out to safety. Guided Owl is going to just sort of scour and scout to see if anybody's out of position, but it's a really nice reset. M1 taking a lot of the jungle on the side of Procrastinators and getting out fairly unscathed.
Yeah, mid-boss just respawns, and I mean, it's still fully even. This Vindicta is really a menace with these items. I mean, at this point, you know, might just be able to also just kill the Grey Talon in the air with how much gun damage she had. She's got crippling headshot, sharpshooter, burst fire, swift striker. I mean, just a lot of damage output. And looks like Ivy is going to get gone on here by Lash, and Vindicta's going to come, but Ivy ult, Lash ults back
behind
in.
her as well.
Looks like she's going to go down. Gets picked off, but Mirage on the mid lane going to get spotted by Calico, and they're going to look for a bit of a counterplay here in the mid lane, try to see if they can catch the Mirage kind of alone. Swap connects. Beautiful swap.
Hell of a swap.
No carbine to set it up either. Just like connects the swap. Calico's just punching. Tries to TP away. Gets rescue beamed. Wow.
She is able to get out, but the team fight is now started. You've got Mirage disengaging and everybody else going in now. So it's
and they're on the Vindicta.
a little bit of a scrum. Yeah, they're able to actually escape here. You've got the alchemical fire being used from the Kelvin to sort of cover the tracks. Has the ultimate too. You see the swap trying to come in from Sinclair over onto the Death Slam. Not quite able to get too much. It's a good fight for M1 to be winning because the mid boss is right under their feet. But they're still wanting to hunker down, get a couple more people. Abrams using the ultimate to get out. They're still wanting to make sure that he goes down. But now that they've taken so much space, they feel comfortable just having everybody there. Nobody has died on the side of M1 for this fight. Should be a fairly easy and uncontested mid boss.
Yeah, as they go down to the mid boss, and this is really perfect timing. You couldn't ask for any better because Buffs and Aaron are going to be spawning in 40 seconds, so you can get this mid boss, reset, buy, clear, get both buffs, pick up the urn, and this really could be a moment to secure a very dominant lead for the side of M1, and we'll see if they manage to be disciplined and do that, but it is definitely, the momentum is in their favor right now.
It's a really good time to get mid boss too because you have the buffs showing up. You've got the urn, which is still actually going to be like neutral. And then by the time that the next mid boss is available, it'll be on the 40-minute mark because it's 6 minutes. So again, you've got the bridge buffs and the urn to potentially play around at this point. So a good 5-minute window to potentially at least down the Patron, maybe even win the game. This is a great chance for you to be able to actually put some pressure on to finishing the game here. Procrastinators need to hold on for dear life. Still haven't got a Walker.
Yeah, on the side of Procrastinators, things are definitely looking difficult, but you know, as we've seen in game one, I mean, anything can happen, right? We saw a team be down over 50,000 souls and make the comeback. Now, you don't have, you know, the advantage of a big Dynamo ult, but you do have the Sinclair, right, with the giant bunnies and all that stuff, so definitely still possible. And I mean, the lead is definitely not increasing dramatically for the side of M1. I don't think that they're being very efficient around the map, farming this and widening their lead as much as they could. They do get the urn, which now makes it about a 20k lead, but that's still very, very playable.
I think one thing as well, like, I don't know how much you spoke to them about it, but like how much people are like showing on the map, because there have been some good adjustments of 4 people have shown themselves in the left lane. Let's go take a fight in the mid lane. Just keeping an eye on how many players from each side are showing. Like here, it is just a Mo and Krill. They should go down here, but if they sort of see that there's 4 people fighting them, it's a great chance for, like the rest of the blue team of M1 to be able to push and maybe even get a shrine
is a
by
race
pushing his
car
left hand side.
into the base. Mode Krill is actually going in. He's not going out. He grabs the Paradox, gets rescue beamed out. I mean, this is insane.
I mean, the bunny feels super long too.
Yeah.
We do have the burrow ready to go in as well. Base Guardian's taken down, and a pretty easy entry to the shrine to make this the 4th flag slot available. Still, whilst they have Rejuve, there's an easy problem here to make if you don't reset properly. By this point, Rejuve is looking to drop off. So here, down in the Patron, getting everybody out just before that 3-minute mark is going to be really important for the side of M1 to get right.
Yeah, and
But they're also 30k up, so they can finish it here.
I mean, they're just gonna down the Patron, and they don't care. They're just gonna down it. And here, I mean, Abrams looking for a counter initiation with the Phantom Strike, misses the charge, knockdown, dodge bot AV, and I think we might be seeing a reset. I don't know if we've seen any team do like a fake back strategy. I don't think it looks like that's not what we're gonna see. They are staying on the enemy side and farming aggressively. I mean, you gotta look at Igon, 15-1, 54,000 souls. I mean, he's unstoppable at this point.
9 of which he's holding on to. So yeah, Rejuve has just run out now. Pretty much the least money that one of the players has is like 5k. So everybody's gone back to buy just as Rejuve's ran out. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect like 3-minute window of getting the Rejuve, knocking down the Patron, and then having to buy, and now being ready for the next one. And not too long away again are going to be the buffs and the urn. So it's pretty much a perfect scenario for M1 to be playing so far.
For sure. At this point, it's really M1's game to lose. They've got all the conditions necessary for a win on their side, and most likely all they need is one fight, and they win, and it's over. And for that, really, if they can just get a pick, and they have a lot of tools to do that, right? The Moan Krill, the Vindicta Tether, potentially the Lash ult with Unstoppable. You've got a lot of ways to start these fights, and I just think at this point the answers that the procrastinators have are just not going to be strong enough.
They're not even trying.
I mean,
If
the
you're the
confidence is going to be
procrastinators,
blooming.
What do you look for?
A miracle, maybe. But I think it is just like somebody being caught out of position, like cockiness, a window to like split push. But I mean, the one thing that we saw at the start of this game from both teams was a very conservative play style. And here, when it's a 30k soul lead and you just don't have push on any of these 3 lanes, you have to do something audacious. You know, people will say that about us, like, oh, like at a certain point we started like inting, right, to take fights. But when you're down that much, sometimes that is your only play, is to go for a team fight that they don't expect and catch them by surprise. It might look like you just want to reset the game and go next as soon as possible, but realistically, you have to do something that they don't expect. If you play safe here, there's no way for you to go in and win unless M1 make a howler of a mistake.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just one of those things for me. I think one of the possibilities would be, hey, you get a big Lash ult from Sinclair. Unfortunately, though, Sinclair doesn't really have the tools to get a big Lash ult. He doesn't have a warp zone. He doesn't have superior stamina. And it looks like we're going to get a setup on the left side here for the urn and the buff. And there will probably be a fight around this. Lash is on the high ground. Sinclair getting ready. They're going to give up the buff. But they do want this urn, right? It's one of their best ways back into the game, and they're aware of that.
Yeah, sending in the Calico with Ava to just try and grab it. You see people posturing around it, now seeing that the Ava is going to try and grab it. Some chip damage coming in from the Mirage, but there it is, the urn. Slower than you'd typically see an Ava move because of the movement penalty. But now I'm curious to see, there could be a position here to just go for the mid-boss now that the timing's come up. And with the positioning where M1 are, it seems that that's a more likely option than actually trying
Ivy
to
getting caught out. Ivy getting caught out in the dome, but it looks like it'll be traded for the urn, because I think that Ivy probably slowed them down enough to the point where they can't contest the urn, but I think they're just going to try to go for the end on M1 Freaks.
Yeah,
they actually don't care about the urn. They're just going to try to go end. They see the Paradox, and they can probably just Lash ult her right now. Finish her off quickly, and I think after this, they just focus the base, and we might be seeing GG. We'll see how it happens, though. Lash ult stolen. They do... Wait, huge Lash ult into the spawn. 3 thrown from the Sinclair. It's massive. However, Lash has Refresher or something. He Lash ults again. We see the dome, and Igon goes down, but who's going to be able to clean this up? It's hard to say, but...
Guys, this
it looks like it's the end. Yeah, GG. Nice try.
I mean, genuinely, that was a really good game from both sides. Like,
yeah,
the discipline and the macro could only be dreamed of in North America usually. Like these teams playing safe, but you also saw like the negative side of like sometimes
Yeah.
you play too safe and there's no way for you back into a game. And especially with some of the lanes looking as good as they did on the side of procrastinators, you got to admire that they were just, playing safe. First time on stream, they don't want to embarrass themselves. But it goes to show that sometimes you need to be a little bit more audacious. You need to sometimes play for the win as opposed to making sure that you don't lose your lane.
Yeah.
That's the thing that separates, I think, the top 10% of players in a game like Deadlock versus the top 1. Knowing when you need to like limit test and do something a little bit more ballsy, I think.
For sure. And I think teams need to remember that this is this is just for seeding. You're not going to get eliminated. So even if you take more risk or whatever, not a big deal. And yeah, just it's good to be bold. Now I have the scoreboard in front of me. I put the match ID in the match thread, and I've also put the scoreboard there if you want to take a look. I mean, Vindicta, 40,000 damage, had an amazing game, 15-2. I mean, I would say if I had to name an MVP, it would probably have to be either Igon or Henry the Gamer on Lash. I mean, these Lash ults, a lot of the time, like, you might not have noticed it, but they were very game-winning. I'm thinking about that one 4-man Lash ult in the mid-game around the enemy team's shop, where he got 4, his Lash ult was maxed, and it was just like, that was a big moment for the side of the M1 Freak. So I think you have to give it to either Igon or Henry.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's also just like one of those examples of the first few fights the procrastinators were winning were when they focused Igon down, that they had all of the utility and the ultimates and the abilities all lined up to just basically put them in a CC chain. You take them out, a lot of the rest of the game plan falls apart. But a lot of the team fights that happened a little bit later in the game, Igon was uncontested in the air. And you let Vindicta get away with that, it's going to be no surprise that they're 15-2 with 40k damage and even like 20k damage to objectives. We were a little bit worried with how they started because they maxed out their ultimate, but as soon as they're able to pivot into playing Crow, what they buy to begin with doesn't matter. Like, they're going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for
I
sure.
said that's a big difference between GT and Vindicta as well. Like, at the moment, like, GT is like a very win more character. If you're behind as him, it's very hard to like have the same impact. You could be 10k behind as Vindicta, and you're still going to be annoying because of how broken of an ability Crow is. So, yeah, it's a good showing of like why characters are good in coordinated settings versus normally.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we saw the vision from both drafts kind of come to fruition. And once again, I think we're seeing, like, I preferred the left side draft, but the things that we see in the draft don't really necessarily come to life because they just don't see the draft the same way that I do, for example. And that's just, makes it very interesting. And I'm enjoying watching these games a lot, even though the quality of play is worse than in something like Deadlock Fight Night, for example. I think that the entertainment value is just as high, and I hope that everybody's enjoying it and learning at home.
Yeah. Yeah, it was major. I also think
too, real quick. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I also do think like itemization was good because we said about like the Vindicta having a really early like debuff remover, and it's like with all of the knockdowns and stuff, like the chains of CCs and abilities, like the fact that they were so ahead on itemization, I think was like a big difference there too. Honestly, and like that's something that we even don't see in like not necessarily from us, but from other teams of just. They're ahead on getting debuff remover against the pocket, even if the pocket's not necessarily performing. They're like, we're going to get ahead of that instead of buying the dopamine items that you want to buy because they're big power spikes.
All right. With that said, I would highly encourage you guys that are watching right now, go check out Stream 2, pinned comment both on YouTube and on Twitch. So check it out. Right now, there's the game going on. Every other game from this round has been concluded, and we'll see you guys when this game is done. So might be 10 minutes, might be 20, might be 30. I mean, who knows? The games are very long. So we'll be on break until this game is concluded, and we can move on to the next round. Thank you guys for tuning in, and go show some love to Stream 2. And I just got to put the little timer in a sec. Professional streamer, by the way.
Yeah.
I'll just put like a 15.
And as always,
timer.
Boom, stay hard.
Boom. Yeah, as always, I do a little transition, and I'll do a little boom, and we'll just, you know, go right into it. Boom, and boom. See ya. Are back. Welcome back, everybody, to DEATHY'S Death Slam, the final game of the day. Now, I was asked to do a little pose for the fans of the little cinema pose, so we'll do it like this. We will get an emote out of that. Good luck. Screenshot it. Save it to your folders. I don't want to know what you're doing with it. That's all you. Anyhow, for our final matchup, we are casting both teams that are undefeated. Both teams are 2-0, and it's both teams that you've seen today in this stream. It's Psycho Warriors versus M1 Freaks. Are you excited, Ryan?
It's going to be absolutely cinema. You can only dream of these moments when you do a Swiss stage of just the two teams being 2-0 that we've seen, that we've experienced what they played before, having the narratives and stories. It's what makes esports esports.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've seen Psycho Warriors. They had like a really rough game. They were down 20k and they managed to make the comeback. And, you know, having seen their most recent game, I saw the end of it as well. It kind of looked like it was once again a very close game, a lot of back and forth and some key performances. So Offspec's been getting his Geist every game. At this point, you think other teams are like scouting the stream and trying to see what other teams are picking? Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I was wondering if you were well, I asked if you thought people were like scouting the stream and looking what other teams are picking, because every team has played two match, right? So like Offspec has been getting his Geist a lot, right? He's been getting his Geist every match, and it's kind of like signature. Do you think they're going to give Offspec the Geist again? Do you think we're going to start to see some, you know, player specific bans?
Potentially. Like, I don't know if sort of where on the draft they picked the Geist before. beforehand, right?
It was
not-
usually bottom 3 a lot of the time because the guys was just getting through like uncontested. It didn't really seem to be prioritized by either team as far as I can remember. If I'm looking at the M1 Freak
It was
draft, they were
top
able
three.
to pick top 3, really? Okay. It would have to be like a
So-
first ban.
Yeah, like most likely, or they pick it up themselves, which is also something that's like doable because
That's true.
Geist probably is the most like easily piloted character for multiple people. I think anybody can like pick him up and put him in the kit. Same vein as like Warden, right? So
Yeah.
that's a potential thing about it. Just like we know that they're good at it, we know that it's a pretty good like first phase pick, so we can always grab it before they do. Really put them on the back foot a little bit more, but it's
Yep.
hard to know. Usually, I guess teams are always going to be focused on their own performances and stuff. So maybe they've missed out on the fact that this guy's just been terrorizing people.
That's true. And, you know, we've seen a lot of Lash as well. Top 3, almost every single game that we've casted. I think every game we've casted, I think we've seen a Lash top 3. And, I mean, the results have been a little bit mixed. But what's for sure is that even on the second stream, right, Lash was having a lot of impact in these fights. And Dr. IQ was on the Lash on the side of the Psycho Warriors. And during the game that we casted on M1 Freaks, it was really the Vindicta that, you know, flew away with the victory, you know, being 15-1, having top damage, etc. So I'm curious to see if M1 have kind of started developing, if both teams have kind of started developing an own identity, and if we'll see similar picks coming out, as they are currently making the draft, so we do have to hold on tight for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I'm sort of looking at the game that we missed from. I can't even see them on it. There we go. Psycho Warriors. Seeing like if their picks were the same. Because Rachel was over on Warden, that was different. Dr. IQ
Yep.
moved over to Lash because he was on Warden to begin with. Chianti was on Abrams and then was on Mirage. Maeve, I don't remember what Maeve was on in the first game.
Maeve was on Mo and Krill.
So they were on Mo and Krill, yeah.
Yeah.
And Smelly Feet was on Dynamo, so they were on Dynamo last game too. So yeah, maybe like they'd be looking at that a little bit more, but I wouldn't focus on it too much. You end up sort of we've had so many instances where we've tried to like target somebody in vetoes and ended up shafting ourselves more than we shafted them. So
yeah,
it probably is to a team's benefit of like ignorance is bliss in these kind of tournaments. Save it for playoffs where you can, you know, stalk people's track locks to see exactly what they're been playing and doing the last 2 weeks.
Yep. And I will say that there were definitely teams that were doing that type of scouting on the track locks, right? I'm part of every team chat. I saw some information being exchanged of targeting certain people, or hey, this guy plays these heroes. So the teams are definitely thinking about it, right? And you know, people want to win. This might be a smaller tournament, you know, this might be for the more average player, but people still like competing and they still want to win. And it looks like M1 Freaks are going to do exactly what I said, and they're going to ban out the Geist. Most likely. First ban, Geist is out. Off-spec can't play as Geist.
I mean, I think it's good. It's one of those ones that, like, if you saw it in fight night, like we've had scrims as well. Like we banned out Bebop from John. People would be like, "Why are they banning out Bebop?" It makes no sense. Like sometimes just making sure that LeBron can't get the ball is important, and like in tournaments like this, especially when you aren't used to playing a role that you might just be really good at one character and one character only. Yeah, that can really send off spec into playing some stuff that they're nowhere near as good at in comparison to their Geist.
Yep. And Holiday first pick, looks like Paradox ban from the Psycho Warriors. Holiday first pick. I wonder if the Paradox ban was almost to kind of like bait out the Holiday first pick, and we'll see what their answer is to that. Because when you ban Paradox, I think it's fairly obvious most teams will first pick Holiday because you kind of want one or the other. So if the enemy team bans one, you kind of just pick the other almost always. So we'll see kind of like what the response is. We've seen a lot of GT very early, so it very well could be GT +1. On the side of Psycho Warriors, the Dynamo has been a little bit of a signature hero for them as well, although I'm not sure what else they play. It looks like Mo and Krill, they value it very highly, and Mirage again. And I think we saw this exact starter from them just earlier.
Yeah, we did. We didn't see them play together in lane though, which was kind of weird. But
Actually, I don't think it was the same team. I think it was actually M1 Freaks that had this start.
oh no, you're
If I
right. Yeah,
remember.
yeah. It was it was them that picked it because they banned out the
Yeah.
Bebop
Yeah.
when they
So
were Sapphire. So young
both teams.
Calc lives on in these teams. It seems lives on
True.
like he's just died. He's
He's
just
died. Well,
taking a
he is
break for
injured.
2
I've heard.
weeks.
I've heard he's injured, but I don't know. But we're here to pay our respects to young Calca. If you're injured, buddy, I hope wish you a speedy
Get well
recovery so that
soon.
get well soon. But yeah, it seems that there's a little bit of a meta that's being created with the Moon Curl Mirage. Both teams that are 2-0, both picked Moon Curl Mirage. Second, first and second pick when they're on Sapphire. So seems to be the meta that's being created, and it looks like Vindicta is being hovered by M1 Freaks, and I really can't blame them because last time they played Vindicta, I mean that Vindicta kind of carried the game with the amount of damage output. And we'll see kind of like how they finish this off because I think that this kind of opens it up to a Lash third pick for the side of Psycho Warriors, and you know that they want the Lash, and looks like they're going to pick it themselves to prevent that.
I mean, yeah, it does feel like Lash, maybe as you climb the higher ranks, that you don't really see the same level of impact, but like in a lot of levels, he's just an absolute pub stomper. And with E-Shift being nerfed, it's only going to make him stronger. So
Mm.
it does feel like that's going to be a character that maybe places a little bit higher on the threat levels than you typically see.
Yeah.
But also, like, it's kind of hard, I suppose, really, because a lot of the other characters that might be filled into that slot, really, where it's like, GT hasn't been picked, but you're not going to pick him here because you already picked up Vindicta, Yamato, maybe Seven, maybe even Kelvin, like Psycho Warriors are picking up. They're a lot harder to pilot than sticking Wage on those characters, for example. He's always going to be able to perform there. So yeah, it's tricky, I think, to fill those kind of like final spots in that phase one before you go into the second bands, where Psycho Warriors have instantly taken out the Warden, and the Dynamo seems to be instantly taken out by M1 Freaks. They are very prepped into this one.
Wait, they're not sure about the Dynamo. They're thinking maybe the Bebop. And I think if I'm Psycho Warriors, I mean, I don't know if they have a GT player, but it looks like a decent GT game. At the same time, Lash and Holiday are such good responses to GT, but it is a good response to the Vindicta, although last time we saw M1 Freaks play against it, didn't really seem to be that much of an issue. But whenever a good GT plays against a good Vindicta, a lot of the time the GT can just, shoot her out of the skies and be kind of a major problem. So I wouldn't hate a GT pick coming from Psycho Warriors. And if they don't pick that, I do think Bebop would be a good answer. So the ban makes sense for M1 Freaks. They don't want these heroes that shut down flyers. And right now they essentially have 3 flyers on their team with Holiday, Lash, and Vindicta all being countered by knockdown.
Yeah, I think it's like a knee-jerk reaction here would be, why on earth wouldn't have you have banned a second ban of GT? But like what you said is like, I think pretty much spot on, that if they do pick it, you've got loads of options. So go for the other option that's the next along, which is Bebop. Paradox isn't in. The only catch that you have is Mo and Krill, which is at a very limited range. I do like the 7. And I do wonder if like a Sinclair could be a potential pickup, because you can swap a lot of ultimates on Psycho Warriors. But
I mean,
like
Sinclair looks so good here for M1 Freaks, to be honest.
for sure. But do they have a player that can play them? Because it was on the other side in the last game.
Yeah, that is one thing that you have to take into account in this tournament. Is no team has a perfect hero pool. I formed these teams myself. I try to make it so every team had a fairly flexible hero pool, but unfortunately, right, no team can play every hero, so you have to take that into account. Even though it's a fantastic Sinclair game, can they pick it? They pick the Viscous here, which I think is fine, but at the same time, I don't really love the Viscous pick here. It does give you some frontline and cube to peel for your Vindicta, etc., but you are playing into Mirage 7 and Mo, which can all do pretty well against Viscous. Now, you do have the save against Mo grab, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because at the same time, Mo can grab you without getting stunned, and with double shred, you can kind of just get bursted down in your ult sometimes.
It's something that you need to be careful about. Now it's still the second choice for M1 Freaks as we're getting towards the end of the final draft of at least this stage of the tournament on this stream. Really, you're looking for a little bit of frontline, I think, and Shiv, not seen him so far on any of the games we've seen on the stream, I think is a pretty perfect one to be picking up with just how annoying he can be. The shame you don't have the Kelvin, because the Shiv Kelvin lane is not only really strong, but it's really popular at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that you can throw somebody else in there potentially to just keep his head above water. Really seems to be the main thing, making sure that he doesn't fall behind in souls.
So one thing that we found in the past scrimming is that actually Shiv Viscous is a pretty potent lane. One of the main reasons for that is Viscous is a good Spirit Strike applier, right? And so he's going to shred the enemy, and then Shiv can do a lot of damage with his Spirit damage abilities. And then also Viscous displaces people, which then makes it easier for Shiv to hit his knife and hit his dash and stuff like that. So it's a pretty strong lane. And you know, it looks like the Psycho Warriors, they might want to consider renaming themselves to, you know, Big and Brolic, because they really like drafting a lot of these really like Brolic heroes that want to get in there. They draft Abrams and Furnace. I mean, their AoE teamfight ults are really strong. Like, you've got the 7 ult, you've got the Abrams ult and Furnace ult, a lot of AoE stuns, Mo and Krill for the lockdown, Kelvin for the dome resets to heal your tanks. I mean, on paper, this draft is really strong. I will say the biggest problem for the Psycho Warriors draft is the Vindicta. I think that this game will be heavily determined by how much of an impact Vindicta can have, because she's very good against all of their heroes, and they don't really have an answer for her.
No, not at all. I think it's also like the one thing that they didn't have to worry about in the first game that we watched, because Vindicta went through unpicked, I think, from, well, Micro Pachycephalosaurus got GT instead, and they didn't pick up Vindicta, and they just sort of played that tanky comp. So that's, yeah, you're right. Is the one thing to worry about is like how much Vindicta can just chew through you when it comes to like shredding. But the one thing that saved Psycho Warriors in that first series that we saw was just the ultimates that were used in team fights and the fact that the game went on as long as it did. If you're M1 freaks, you've drafted for Wraith, sure, you've drafted for Lash. You want to end this game as quickly as possible, because Shiv, Viscous, Holiday, very good early. They do tend to wane as time goes on. So you have to strike while the iron is hot. Otherwise, you're letting another really good late game scale comp from Psycho Warriors come into its own again.
Yep. And before we get into the final match of the day, just to let you guys know, the elimination rounds will be played on May 10th. So the actual tournament, May 10th. So mark your calendars, 2 p.m. EST again. Once again, shout out to my sponsor, myself. So, you know, if you guys like to support this tournament, you'd like to see more, subscribe, follow, spread the word. All the methods of supporting are appreciated and recommended. Also, I've almost hit my, plus program goal for the month. So if you'd like to subscribe, tier 1 subs, I just need 8 more points, guys. That's all I'm going to say. And with that said, the game should start imminently, and we're going to get right into it. And hopefully the last game is cinema.
Apart for the cost for the other ones.
Yep, let me change the team name. So on the right side, we have the Psycho Warriors. We have the Psychos. I'll just call them the Psychos. And on the left side, we've got the M1 Freaks. Good luck, have fun to both teams.
Looks like to see a bit of Wraith.
Oops.
Again, we're not really seeing too much of them full stop, like at least in the games that we have, but it makes sense when you sort of, okay, yeah, these games have been pretty much like 45, 50 minutes plus. Put this character in, they're going to be good late game. For lanes, you do have the Mirage Mo Krill lane in mid. Up against Shiv Lash, which is all right. It's like a passable lane, but it feels like, again, you've got the strong lane option here. You need to win mid if you're the Mirage Mo Krill. On the side of, who would it be?
The Mirage, yes. No, the Mirage Mo is, those are the Psycho Warriors.
Psycho Warriors,
the Mirage Mo is Psycho, and then M1 is the other team. I mean, I do agree with you. I actually really like a lot of the lanes. I think that the scariest lane for the M1 Freaks is this Vindicta Holiday lane. Same logic, you know, I think this Vindicta Holiday lane kind of has to win your very dominant lane, and I think your Vindicta has to have like a really good game if you want to win this, because, you know, she's the biggest piece of your draft, in my opinion, to counter the Psycho Warriors' very tanky draft. Like, Crow is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle. I mean, I'd love to see a Crow max first this game just because of like how important it's going to be, but if she's having a good game, I mean, you can still max ult and it's fine.
Yeah, I do wonder, like, at the level that we're seeing the players at, which sounds patronizing, but it's not meant to. It's just more like how much do they adjust their early builds based on the lanes that they're playing into and who they're playing with, right? Like, if it's easy to just fall into the habit of going left to right in the build, whether it's your own or somebody else's, but these kind of games, especially at this level where none of these teams have lost a map yet, this is going to be the fine margins that separates a good team from a great one.
Yeah, and we'll see. So far, the laning stage pretty quiet. What we've seen is, you know, these players play quite conservatively, and I will say one thing is that very heavily benefits Lash, because Lash is very weak early in the lane, but as the lane goes on, he does scale to, you know, become stronger and more impactful as he starts getting some points into his abilities. And so, you know, this makes Lash a bit better in lane. If not much is happening in the lane, then Lash is way better. And, you know, this Mirage is definitely being a little more passive than you would see. I mean, especially with full health, and kind of like looks like both teams are just mostly playing for denies and not really interacting with each other too much.
It's kind of weird the smelly feet. So I was going to say the smelly feet's gone Infuser, but they've put 1 point in their frost grenade instead of their beam.
So I've been seeing that a little bit more, but I don't think so. I did think it was weird at first, but like you still get. It's not like putting points in beam gives you any more value from Infuser, right? Because Infuser's damage is just flat spirit. It is a little strange because it gives you technically a bit more value from the lifesteal element of it, but I think it's still fine, honestly. Just a bit of a, you know, smelly feet on 200 HP, opts to buy mostly damage items. Probably, you know, need a healing ride in those situations for anybody at home watching. But we'll see how it works out. I would expect to see a first blood in this lane, to be honest, because it's the Vindicta holiday. It's very, very oppressive, and if you're smelly feet and Dr. IQ, you gotta just play to survive and play not to lose your lane too bad.
Yeah, you're 500 souls up. You're going to be getting lasso before sort of this concussive combustion comes in, before the likes of your frozen shelter becomes available. You do get the flame dash over onto the Vindicta, so a good amount of like chipping damage coming through, but that one kill onto Smelly Feet, he was already low, should pretty much be the nail in the coffin for these ultimates to be on early on the side of M1.
Yeah. And, you know, quick little segue for those that don't know, what's going to happen after this day is I'm going to get to review a game with each of the teams. So every team of the tournament is going to get an hour with me, and I'm going to review one of their games from the tournament. And, you know, for these teams, this is most likely going to be the game they're going to want to review, because this is where they're facing the other 2-0 team, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see, and I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the macro and the decision making, and we can see Vindicta taking a lot of damage in this lane.
It's good to see a little bit of a riposte coming in. But Ultimate's available on 3 of the players now over on M1. The Wraith has also managed to get the telekinesis online. And this is where you kind of want to be like up in that tempo. Sure, the laning phase can be a little bit slow, but whilst you have Ultimates and they don't have theirs, especially against the 7 and an Abrams, you want to be activating this stuff early. They do get the Patron to off-spec. Him and the 7 sort of sitting back passively as now this Viscous and Wraith looking to try and do a little bit of damage to the Guardian, force these players into a fight, and 7 hopping down to the low ground, low HP, does now have the ultimate to work with. Stormcloud can be used in a pinch if needed. Infusers available. They're just trying to catch them into a bit of an early fight.
One thing I want to point out is that both, you know, I mean, so far it's definitely like landing domination from the side of the M1 Freaks, and
Can you hear me?
I just want to say in both games that we've
Yeah, I can hear you
I need
for-
to disable the voice chat again. In both games that we've spectated from the Cypher Warriors, they have lost the laning stage, or, you know, been on the back foot, but they've managed to bring it back. And so maybe laning stage is not their strong suit, and yet they always manage to come back because they get these comps that are really, really good at team fighting. Why do I keep hearing voice chat?
And yeah, I mean, that's the main thing too, right? Of just, again, the top echelon of players, they're very good at stopping teams be allowed to play the game and shutting them down early. So
Can you hear me?
when you're looking at teams that aren't as coordinated or don't have that same like Eternus level of experience, they're not used to making sure that a 7 can't get online early. So it just becomes a bit of an
One sec. I have a bit of an anecdote, which is I've been disabling the voice chat for them so they can't even communicate with each other. I'm actually fucking them over.
Really?
Because I thought it was just for me, but it's for everyone. And so I just need to mute everyone. But I've actually been just fucking them over. by disabling voice chat, but I had no idea. I'm so sorry.
How can you even do that? How does that work?
I don't know, but yeah. So sorry, sorry to the Psycho Warriors who I know they use in game. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Moving on. Moving on.
Oh, were you like? How were you doing it? Like you pressing
I pressed
the
escape.
drop down menu to
I pressed
disabled.
escape, and then voice tag. Yeah, I clicked all team, and then I clicked disabled, and
Oh.
and yeah, I kind of fucked it up.
That's a good way to troll melee creeps and scrims. Now that I know about it.
That's so funny. Anyhow. Yeah.
I mean, not a lot of damage has been done to this Guardian. Like, it's been so much good pressure that's coming from the Vindictor and the Holiday. They've got 3 kills in total, and none of them have died yet. But the Guardian has pretty much not really taken a lick of damage up until now. A bit of a fight back potential for the Infernus and Calvin, the Infernus of which, behind in souls, but does have that concussive combustion if they do go a little bit too deep trying to get this Guardian.
Yep. Sorry, I'm still mentally recovering from the fact that I prevented them from voice chatting, and I was just, they would turn it back on, I would turn it back off. I was like, man, why do I keep having to turn it off? I like did it 3 times because I was like, man, this is really weird. I turn it off, but like I hear them again. Let me turn it off again.
It's amazing.
Oh man. Oh, that's so funny. Anyway, you know, hopefully that didn't affect the team's mentals too much. You can say that it's one of the trials of this tournament. And we've got a bit of an exchange on the 7 Abrams lane on the left side. Viscous using Cube to save the Wraith, and looks like we're just going to disengage. And I mean, the pretty significant lead for the side of M1 Freaks, but as we've seen in the past, that hasn't really stopped. Them on the side of the Psycho Warriors.
The Infernus dodging the lasso, but at 50 HP, forced to use the healing ward. Doesn't matter, the Vindictor's just going to go the full melee build, much like Salty's done a couple of times, just running, go for the punch to go for the elimination. So the Guardian, first to go down over on the side of like M1. Now just sitting comfortably, the Holiday's going to try and invade to take some of the farm on his left-hand side. But really, should be jumping in to help this middle lane, where the Mo and Krill in this barrage have found a lot of push.
Yep. And there are some people in the chat saying restart. Just want to clear that up. We're not going to restart this game. It is very unfortunate. I'm going to apologize to the teams, of course. This did not necessarily create an advantage for one team over the other, as both teams were having that issue. So I don't know if both teams were using in-game comms, but regardless. And the other thing is, this is not an elimination round or anything like that. This is purely for the fight, for some seeding, right? So it's not going to have a huge impact. If it was an elimination round, I might consider restarting. But we're just going to let it play out, and I think that, you know, that's the decision I'm going to take for now. I understand and appreciate everybody's concerns, but that's the executive decision I'm going to go with.
I think it's fine. I don't think they'll mind too much. I'd just be wondering what the hell happened.
Yeah, no, that's on me. I'll apologize to them privately, of course, but the show must continue, and we will not restart. But we've got a Mirage TP here onto the side lane on the Abrams. I mean, it's a big lead. It's a big lead for the side of the M1 Freaks, as Wraith manages to escape just barely. Healing Nova popped from the Viscous, and they're going to look to defend this tower, but Psycho Warriors, well, they really want this. They have yet to get their first kill, though.
Hot tempo. Yeah, you're right. No eliminations coming in. Full stop is worrying. But there's enough bodies here to really put pressure on this left-hand side Guardian, but there's 4 players grouping up in mid on the side of M1. Confirm themselves a flex slot. There really is no way for this Calvin to contest it, but Maeve, finding the opening, should find the first Guardian too, but it's still a step ahead for the Psycho Warriors who pick up the flex slot.
Oh, they're overstaying. They want the Guardian so bad. It looks like the Psycho Warriors are going to lose at least 2, maybe even 3 players, as the Mirage is extremely hurt, going to get chased by the Lash, and he's gonna make the escape. I don't think the Lash has extra charge yet, so he wasn't able to chase.
But we sort of said already that like Psycho Warriors started slow in the laning phase, but being 12k down in 12 minutes, might be a little bit too much of a stretch to come back on unless we really see M1 freaks really make a dog dinner out of all of this. The fact that now as well, since the patch, the end is going to be on their side of the map, makes it pretty much impossible. It probably wasn't even worth picking up at all from M1. Maybe they just forgot that it was a change that came in.
No, I think they're doing the right thing. I think they're very aware that it's on the other side. Lash is just holding onto it and farming, and I do think you still want to pick it up because, you know, they could do something cheesy and, you know, try to pick it up when you're not looking, and all of a sudden it's going to be very difficult to defend. So either way, you still want to pick it up and hold on to it. You know, you can drop it and spawn, you can let it reset, you can at least make it more difficult. And we'll see how this plays out. But, you know, Psycho Warriors, they're no strangers to this position. I mean, they were down 20k in the game that we casted earlier, and they brought it back. And they still have similar teamfight tools and similar pick tools to execute a similar comeback as they did earlier. So, well, you know, we'll have to see how they manage to stay in the game here.
Yeah, maybe they've just got the mental resilience to make it work, I suppose. You got to be able to play from these kind of positions. Still, you just want to take it a step at a time, putting pressure over on that right-hand side Guardian to try and get a flex slot. And Mirage needed to be careful. You've got 4 attackers over on M1 freaks that are looking to chase in. Had potentially the 7 there to peel for you in the Kelvin, both having some ultimates to protect you. But the burst damage coming in from the Lash was just too much. Yep. Lead really starting to build, and a bit too early to be putting pressure on Walkers at this point. Abrams of Offspec has found the kill over on the right-hand side, but instead of opting to do more damage to Guardian, feels that they're going to be chased down, need to be careful, grouping up to try and fight this Urn that is on the move again from the Viscous this time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure quite soon the Urn is going to start doing some damage to the people holding it, so they won't be able to hold it much longer. Right? And it's also going to start running away, you know, as soon as you drop it. So they're not going to be able to stall it out much longer. So we'll see what happens. It looks like 7 ult here onto the Shiv. Shiv very hurt, going to be taken down. So, you know, Psycho Warriors showing some sign of life, getting 2 kills in a row, and it's definitely good looks for them. And they might be able to convert this into a Guardian, although Lash is showing up, and he does have the ultimate, and he's hiding in the shadows, looking to see if he can counter engage with the ult. He's going to go in. Gets 2 into the Guardian. Huge slam from the Lash. Takes down 2. And, I mean, beautiful defense. Infernus is trying to stay here to, you know, confirm the Guardian, but I don't think he's... Wait, Infernus might be able to still get the Guardian. It's 1 HP. He does get it. So it is not all for naught. He is able to at least get the Guardian. It might not seem like much, but it's, you know, gets him closer to a flex slot.
It was a good fight as well in mid that came in from the Wraith and the Viscous. Wraith just coming in with the ultimate with the telekinesis, finds the pick over onto the Abrams. Yeah. Just cuts across, making sure that there's still like a good amount of control in the center of the map. The resetting not going to be over a bit too much to try and put pressure over on that right hand side of the map. Although saying that, you do have the Vindicta that split pushing it all the way to the Walker. Bear in mind that Igon was top of objective damage as well as player damage in the last map that we saw. Might need to be careful because they've got 3 players, 4 players even actually on the side of Psycho Warriors jumping in. Monkrill catching him, that should be everything.
Yeah, man. Vindicta going down 15k, that's a huge kill. And if they grab the Urn, if they get this Guardian, grab the Urn, that's a comeback Urn, they should be able to dunk it, right? And they're going to go for the Guardian first, and I'm sure that they know about the Urn. I'm sure they haven't forgotten, right, guys? Right, guys?
Is it a comeback Urn?
Guys?
It still is.
Please. Oh, Kelvin?
I mean...
Okay, they're grabbing it. Okay. We're good. They forgot for a little bit. It's okay, guys. Nerves happen, right? This is a lot.
I think it was a little bit on the, like, precipice of being a neutral one, because it was 7k. No, it was 7k, like, at a point, I'm telling you.
Really?
When the Infernus ran past it, it was 80k to 73.
But the candles were green from what I was seeing. But regardless, you can just look at the candles now. But maybe I'm crazy. But they get the Urn.
I think they were just, yeah, they were concerned. And speaking of concern, you've got 2 people pushing up again for this Walker. A lot of damage was done from Vindicta before. Mirage hoping to be the hero to teleport in with Traveler. Immediately met by this telekinesis, which I think is just having a lot of value. You are pulling the rotations over for people, but the Urn was still allowed to be grabbed. Scoreline looking a lot more even. And it was, I guess, a nice idea that came in from M1 to just put some pressure on the opposite side of the map. But a really good response that came in from Psycho Warriors.
I honestly think M1 could have, if they played that a little bit better, they could have committed to the Walker and gotten it there. Unfortunately, they don't manage to quite get it, so now the lead has dwindled, and it's only a 7k lead. And I think if there's one thing that we've learned from these games is that Psycho Warriors are probably the best team in this tournament at playing from behind. I mean, they do a really good job of staying into the game and not bleeding out, and they understand which objectives are important, and they also do a good job of not grouping up too much and clearing their jungle, right? So as you can see, their entire jungle has been cleared, and they've managed to not bleed out. Yeah. Mo and Krill looking for the Wraith, gets the grab. The Holiday is there. Nothing to cancel it, though. Holiday opts to keep Lasso instead of canceling the Mo and Krill grab, which I find interesting. I think Holiday probably could have turned that, but looks like we're just going to reset.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith had the ultimate too, so you can chain those ultimates together, punish them for overextended, because it was a Phantom Strike that Demo and Krill have. Means that they're just going to be ahead of the rest of their team with how quickly they're able to leap in and try and catch people. But at least there was enough foresight for the Wraith to recognize how risky it was, able to get out, and they had somebody just hovering around them for some extra bit of peel as and when they're needed. Now, because you had that aggression coming in and the lane's been shoved, the left-hand side of the map is going to be pushed a little bit more by
Wait,
M1.
look at Lash's items. Look at Lash's items.
He's got Refresher.
He rushed Refresher.
Charge.
He just bought it.
He's got Superior Stamina, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
I guess Ult has been having a ton of value in these fights, and now he's got 2 of them. And I mean, what does the enemy team really have to deal with that? Do they have any way to really stop him from casting his ult? They do have Phantom Strike on the Mo, so don't quite count that out. But Mo does end up getting picked. So Phantom Strike on the Mo, no knockdowns to be seen. So that really the Phantom Strike is the only answer they have to the Lash ult. Doing a good job staying disciplined, not giving them any. I mean, they gave them the Mo and Krill pick, but you notice every time it's a pick, they only lose 1 player. They don't overbleed. They don't try to necessarily save the people that are dead. They're just focusing on defending their walkers right now, and they understand that, you know, if they defend their walkers and they play for the next comebacker, and they still have a pretty good chance of coming back into this game.
Yeah, it really just feels that there's a good amount of like spread out pressure that's coming in from M1. We're sort of used to seeing, well, I say used to seeing, we've only seen it once, Psycho Warriors come back into these fights a little bit more. They're not too far behind, but they're going to be, again, looking at the urn, which is going to be up in about a minute's time, would be on their side of the map again if things stay the way that they are going. Just about who's got the catch in the right places. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun to sort of see how this is going. Wraith is farmed up nicely. Telekinesis, a lot of ultimates ready to go. It's just where these team fights are going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, Wraith has pretty much hit her power spike, right? She's got her max full auto. She's got a bunch of gun items, burst fire, intensifying mag. And so she's going to be doing a lot of damage if she's left unattended. And on top of that, I mean, the Vindicta, not having as good of a game as she had in the other games, but, you know, still a problem. And Henry the Gamer on the Lashes is currently 7-0. Refresher, so a lot of problems to deal with as the urn and the buff spawn. And it looks like we're going to see potentially a fight on the other bridge as Abrams sneaks up to the buff, gets the movement buff, and Lash ults, unfortunately hits nothing, gets Mo and Krill grab the Wraith ult onto the Mo, and the Mo is kind of caught in the middle of nowhere here, but he does have Burrow, can buy a lot of time, and will we see any follow-up from the side of the Psycho? Yeah, gets Lasso out of Burrow, goes down, and it's not a comebacker.
No,
they picked it up.
Must have just been like on the precipice again, because Seven saw that it was available, not contested, went to go grab it, maybe didn't see the candles like you sort of mentioned before.
Yeah.
So now you're taking the urn into a area of the map where you've already lost like 1 player of the Mo and Krill. So it feels that this fight's going to be elongated. Yeah, you've got Mirage on the other side of the map pushing this Walker, Vindicta trying to contest. He needs to get out. He does have the Traveler, so him just being annoying here, even if he just takes a while to actually do damage to the Walker, he's fine to do that because
there's
it's going to pull
people
more
from the enemy
over.
team. There's 2 people from the enemy team here. If he travels to the fight here, this would be a huge numbers advantage. He does travel, but a bit late, so he takes a ton of damage. And he's essentially just dead by the time he gets here. The Lash ult doesn't connect, so 2 Lash ults, but neither of them connect, unfortunately. Big 7 ult. They don't have the means to deal with it. The Mo and Krill grab on top of it. Lash goes down, and it looks like this fight is looking pretty decent from the side of Psycho Warriors. Sorry. They're going to pick up the urn again. Mo's going to look for the turn-in, and all of a sudden, the lead has dwindled significantly. Lasso does not connect, unfortunately. So a lot of missed ultimates from the side of M1, and Psycho Warriors looks like they might want to reset. Infernus is still in, a little bit caught. I think they're just going to leave him to die. Maybe? They're not sure. Infernus is trying to turn this. Yeah.
It would be a Christmas miracle if he was able to survive that. Yeah. But you sort of mentioned like the lash ult missed. The death slam, the actual like slam down hit the 7, but it just knocked him to low ground and he was ulting anyhow. So it almost put him in a better position to be channeling damage in where the urn was placed. So a bit unlucky. It's now just a 6-7k solely difference now for M1. And much like the first game that we saw today, no walker pressure has really been added yet. No realistic damage done on any of the walkers other than maybe the top right one on the side of Psycho.
We've got a fight on the left side here. Wait, Vindicta goes down. 2 Kayonti on the Mirage. First kill for Kayonti getting on the board. And I mean, the kills are 19-7 and the game is almost even.
Kills don't win you games.
That's true. I mean, Psycho
and
Warriors.
It's not even like it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it's not even like the Vindicta inflating the kills either. Like, they're only on 2 kills. It's just been the Lash.
Yeah. Lash got a ton of kills. I mean, Viscus still having a perfect game. Hasn't died yet, right? Going full utility, Cube Viscus. I'm curious to see if we'll see Echo Shard next. He is kind of full on actives, though. He would have to sell, like, the K for Echo Shard, but it might be a decent idea against the Mo and Krill and these other heroes. They do get a 7 pick, and Abrams is getting fought by the Holiday on the side lane, but it looks like Abrams should be able to win that, although we'll see. The Cube from the Viscus actually manages to save. Wow. And Abrams trying to make the great escape. Is he going to get caught? There's 4 people on him. He's dead.
Not too much that he can do. It was a good last one. Now he got parried as well.
I mean, you got to give credit to Foonsy there. The Cube, the parry, it was all cinema. Wraith getting the mid-walker here. Infernus coming with the ult. Unfortunately, does not quite connect. Is still going to try to chase this Wraith away, but not quite able to get her, and she's going to escape after getting a walker. So overall, beautiful chain of events, and it looks like M1 Freaks pushing another walker. Mirage does TP. I will say this Mirage very often is TPing in first, kind of alone. Lash ult to counter engage, slams both of them, but does get domed in, so will probably be going down here. Although you never know, with superior stamina, you can pull off some pretty moves, but looks like he's going to be caught and dead.
Speaking of moves, no slowing hexes actually picked up on the Sapphire side when you're up against a Holiday, a Wraith, especially a Lash.
Yeah, very true.
There's a lot of movement that just allows him to get out of these fights, and even no slowing hex has been like consistently nerfed. Yeah, I mean, there's not a character that it's bad against on this side that I'm surprised that it's not been picked up yet.
Yeah, definitely, and we're gonna see buffs in 8 seconds. We'll see how both teams kind of react. They know where the urn spawns, so the Kelvin, Abrams, and Mirage are on the correct side, but Wraith and Holiday already on top of the buff, and I'm so proud of them. I mean, they punch it right away. Vindicta on the other buff, getting it immediately as well. So side of M1 Freaks secure both buffs, but it looks like the side of Psycho Warriors will fight over this urn pickup and at least try to pick it up to get the ball rolling on their side as Smelly Feet takes it, and they're going to reset.
Yeah, Wraith doesn't want to fight this too much. Add in some pressure in when you're this scary is fine, because they've got 7.5k. It's just a good chance to buy. You've got that open flex slot as well from picking up that first walker. And of course going for the classic crippling headshot.
Yeah. I mean, can't really go wrong with crippling. Wraith is one of the heroes that does the most like hybrid damage types in the game, doing both spirit and gun. And looks like they're going to go on the 7 here. 7 kind of isolated. If they get the 7 kill, it'd be huge. Very, very isolated on the side of Maeve, trying to back up. No peel in sight. Pops the ult, but unfortunately just gets taken down. And Mirage is split pushing, so they do have that going, but Holiday will go to answer. And I think the side of Psycho Warriors just have to reset. The good news for them?
Yeah,
they still have the urn.
Yeah, they're able to sort of push back with the end, but also the wave is pushing pretty much all the way to M1's walkers. There's always the risk, and yeah, like it's still crazy that Wishable was able to get the kill in that position, but there's no way to really turn that into like objective damage unless you just try to cut across here. Vindicta has to go all the way back to fix the wave, and Mirage has moved over to mid. It's still Psycho Warriors keeping their heads above water here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lose a Walker here for sure. Maybe too hard to say. They should definitely lose one. I don't think Infernus can do anything to defend this. It's going to get melted, especially with, you know, the amount of, like, damage that there is on the side. A lot of gun damage. We see Holiday building a lot of gun damage. Wraith building a lot of gun. You know, Vindicta, a lot of gun. So these buildings will get shredded. And, you know, Psycho Warriors, they drop the urn. And, I mean, the side of M1 Freaks, they're just going to pick it up. And it's still neutral, even though they're up 20k now.
Yeah, because they shoved that lane to get the Walker, so the Infernus has to clear it all up. Really does look like you've got two people probably showing on the wave on this right-hand side lane just to put pressure on this Walker, looking to split push it. So you've got the Wraith that's able to just do a little bit of farming on that side of the map, looking to contest it a little bit. Ultimate telekinesis is available.
Give up the
He's
urn.
trying to... Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to. This should be the first Walker, though, available on the side of, like, Psycho Warriors at least. Wraith is putting pressure in, but there's too many people here just mowing it down. They should disengage at this point right now. So
Vindicta
it's a
looking to
decent
chase.
trade in the end.
Indeed it is, and you get the Walker, you get your flex lot. The lead is still about 20k. I mean, Psycho Warriors, we know that they can come back from these types of leads. They were in a much worse situation in the first game we casted with them, so they can definitely come back. It's not completely disastrous yet, and you know, this time a lot of the net worth is funneled into the Wraith, right? So if you shut down this Wraith, you kind of like win the game. And this Wraith doesn't have debuff remover, and you have a lot of ways to disarm. You've got Phantom Strike on the Abrams, you've got Phantom Strike on the Mo, you've got Sandblast on the Mo, you've got Fire Rate Slow from the Kelvin, right? There's a lot of CC on the side. So even though they're winning net worth, I think as far as CC goes, like, there's a lot of threats.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have another tier 4 item as well because they're at 9k souls. Well, maybe a tier 4 and a tier 3. There should be another pretty big power spike. They've gone for superior stamina and also improved spirit shield. So, you know, armor even. So, honestly, they are again just like feeling like they've hit their power spikes, that they're strong, that they're just trying to play for some of that defensive support, knowing that Psycho Warriors, as the game gets a bit later, especially against the 7, can start looking a hell of a lot scarier.
Yeah, and both teams just kind of keeping the lanes even, not really looking to force the issue too much, knowing next turn and buffs are spawning in 50 seconds, just as I taught them. If you are ahead, you don't need to force the issue, you just need to keep getting ahead incrementally. So I think that they're doing just that. Might look for a couple plays based on the Holiday, right? And this Holiday not opting for as much utility as you see nowadays, mostly going for a lot of damage. Kind of makes sense considering the fact that she's, you know, having a very good game, and we might see a bit of an engage on the side lanes as M1 Freaks farmed both tier 3 camps on both side lanes to get further ahead.
Like pressure coming in, a massive amount actually from M1 Freaks. It's going to force out the Abrams ultimate seismic impact. He's going in, but there's not really that much follow-up that's available to you. Sure, you have Shiv and Infernus, but right now it's just consolidating yourself.
Look at the mid lane. Look at the mid lane.
Yeah, he's actually taken out. You've got the buffs that have just come up, and now you've got this this crunch down over on the players in mid. It's still a reset happening. So even at this like rate, M1 looking very comfortable, especially now that they're putting some pressure over towards the right-hand side, where the urn is about to head, but also where that last Walker is that they need to grab.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Psycho Warriors definitely just gaining the lead here, getting 2 kills. Abrams kind of overextending in the jungle, though. Will end up going down, but at the end of the day, they're going to get the urn. Actually, he's surviving for a really long time. Big Punch does end up dying, but, you know, they get the urn, and so they're not too upset about that. If I was Psycho Warriors, I'd overall be pretty happy. I do think if they played a little bit more disciplined, it might have been a mid-boss moment, but, yeah.
Yeah, because there really wasn't too much. I mean, we saw this again in the first game that Psycho Warriors were playing in, where, what was it at that point? The other team, the Micropachy, Akegiosaurus, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Once they had taken all of their walkers. Yeah, like the very same. Once they'd taken all of the walkers they needed to take, they weren't really able to trade off anything. So if they lose the urn, it's not as if they can take a walker or a mid-boss in those instances. They just kind of had to grim and bear it. So a similar thing's kind of happening here again, where Psycho Warriors behind on objectives, means that they can do stuff without being split pushed and losing a big objective on the other side of the map. There's literally nothing else to lose, so what's stopping them?
Yeah, for sure. And only a 10k lead now. It's really anyone's game, and I just have a feeling that we're going to be in for a cinema of a game. I think that this game is going to last at least another 10 to 15 minutes. I highly doubt this game would end before 45 or 50 minutes. So, you know, I think we're going to go to the ultra late game. And when you get to the ultra late game, shred like Vindicta is very, very valuable to have. But at the same time, just the sheer amount of CC that the side of Psycho Warriors has is going to be a problem. We're going to need to see some Unstoppables come out on the side of M1 Freaks. Like, I think if you're Wraith, you probably need Unstoppable. And honestly, if you're Vindicta, you might even need Unstoppable because you don't even have debuff remover, and they should buy some knockdowns for you. Engagement in mid, though. Looks like we've got the Lash ult going out. 7 ult in the air, uninterrupted. As getting focused down by the Vindicta, gonna go down through the 7 ult and the resistances as Lash is being chased on the side. 1 HP, manages to barely escape for now, gets cubed. Beautiful cube and rescue beam as Abrams is chasing. Oh my god, but he gets sent back, and then the Lash ult counter engage onto the Abrams. Gets finished off, and this fight is looking pretty good for the M1 Freaks, but Mirage showing up last second. Ooh, the dome, but unfortunately that isolates the Kelvin from his own team, and this is looking to be a fight victory from the side of the M1 Freaks here.
I mean, dominant. You had 2 players not even there. The Wraith and the Holiday just on the wings of the map, fixing the waves before the fight was even really finished here. Now, though, you've also taken out Final Walker. This is a very clear and open mid-boss. It's just a Mo and Krill and Mirage alive that aren't really in a position to contest you at all. So now, finally, we've seen Psycho Warriors being able to contest in some of these instances now. Really isn't too much to stop these guys from taking a lead and hopefully taking this next 3-minute window with the rejuve into doing some damage to shrines.
Yeah, and boss gonna go to them. Should be uncontested, and you know, definitely in a winning position. But we've seen how these things go. Sometimes, you know, you push into the base, you overextend a little bit, you lose a fight, all of a sudden comeback souls come into play, and you're not so far ahead anymore. So if they manage to win the next fight on the side of M1 Freaks, I believe that they're in a very, very strong position to win the game. However, if they lose this next fight, it could be, you know, the start of a comeback or the finish of a comeback. Who knows? But 7 is being melted through his ultimate, and that's an issue right now.
Makes it worse is Siphon bullets is now picked up from the Wraith as well as Silencer. So it really does feel that now they've got their I's dotted, their T's crossed with some of the more supportive elements of their kit, just the extra improved spirit armor, superior stamina. Now that they can really put the killing blow in on this. So it's passive, a little bit scared from Psycho Warriors here to just keep pushing out these waves. But everybody's grouped up on the side of M1. They're looking to deathball, find people out of position. Amon, Krill, and Kelvin need to be very careful here. They're being cut off.
Yeah, a Wraith going in. Kelvin gets hyperlined. Gonna get taken down very quickly. Lasso, unstoppable pop from Mo, but still goes down through it. And that's 2 picks as M1 Freaks are gonna run into the base, take the base Guardians, and look to down the first phase of the Patron.
They don't have the wave with them on the right-hand side, but because of the rejuve, it's not going to take too long to actually catch up. The Unstoppable used from 7 up high in the sky, doing damage to all 6 players, ticking away. Nothing really too concerning when it comes to putting any of these players with a rejuve down. Lash Ultimate's going to be used to try to pull people more out of position, but it's only 3 players, never mind 2 players, alive over on this side of Psycho Warriors. Forced back into their own spawn, having to watch these shrines go down. And with a 40k soul lead and the rejuve still available for M1, this could be the end of this map.
It looks like M1 Freaks don't really want to stick around, though, as... Wait, actually, they're not sure. They're hesitating. Looking at the Lash's POV, it looks like the comms are a little bit mixed. I think that they might want to stick around. I mean, the Wraith wants to stick around for sure. Holiday's looking for a lasso. Unfortunately, does not quite connect. Looking at the Wraith POV, I mean, there's no Lash ult, but they might try to just end. It looks like Wraith going in. No debuff remover, though. Gets done by 7. Mo and Krill ulted. The Patron gets domed, and this could be a bit of a throw for M1 Freaks if they don't win this fight. Wraith ult onto the Abrams. Can they clean it up?
It's a hell of a tornado that actually came in from the Mirage to just keep these players CC'd, but the damage available, the Wraith being the main part of it, yeah, it should be enough to go through. Viscous won, clearing it up, everybody focusing on the objectives. And coming out of the Swiss stage, we at least have the top team coming through from the M1 Freaks. More sort of quick game than we've seen, but as teams getting used to like the tempo of playing in a coordinated setting, starting to feel like teams are starting to pull ahead a bit.
For sure, and that was, one of the cleanest finishes to a game we've seen yet. As you've seen, as you've said, we've seen a lot of really long games, games that are much longer than they should be because people aren't pushing their advantages. But M1 Freaks showing to be quite comfortable, and no hesitation, just go for it. And I do think that was a good call. They had a lot of damage. They were able to take down the Patron. And honestly, if the Wraith had a debuff remover, there would have been like 0 risk involved probably, or an unstoppable. But with the itemization, there was some risk involved. It ended up still working out for them great. And Henry the Gamer had some beautiful lash ults and, really a lot of tempo in the early game, which dictated things. Like he was 7-0. But what I'd like to highlight is really Funsi's performance. 2-0-17. Perfect game on the Viscous. Having the Echo Shard. How many times did we see rescue beams? How many times did we see cubes? Like, Funsi to me is MVP for this game for sure.
Yeah, it felt like a really sort of complete performance, I think, with how these guys played. But I think across the board, sort of speaking for both of us, almost like the quality of the games from macro standpoint, from just some of the individual moments has been nothing short of exceptional, considering the level of play that we were expecting to see. It surpassed my expectations, and it was a lot of fun to be watching.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm explaining to them that it was indeed me that shut down the comms. Offspec is like, did you guys disable in-game voice chat in lane, by the way? And I'm like, yeah. I didn't realize it disabled it for everyone. So, unfortunate. Unfortunate circumstances. It's on me. Won't happen on actual elimination day. Not restart despite the effect on the match. Anyhow, yeah, I mean, Funsi played really well. Overall, good performance. Unfortunate stuff that happened in the laning stage. Perhaps it would have changed the result if the side of the side of the Psycho Warriors didn't have to fight to re-enable voice chat, and if I didn't mess with them during the laning stage. So you can say that their lane loss was actually my fault. So excited to see what they do when they're not being put down by me, and they actually had their full potential. We'll take a look at the final bracket in just a second, and 1 second, and then we'll be able to talk about actually what's going to happen for the pairings or the seeds, right? So we're just going to go to a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with the final bracket and the results, as I'll go over the scoreboards of the matches as well. And then we're going to do a little send-off, and that'll be the end of it for today. So we'll be right back in just 5 minutes. Just let me get my countdown ready. So 5 minutes, boom. And I'll be back in just a second. and welcome back, everybody. As you know, I'm your host, Deathy, and this has been Deathy's Death Slam. I hope you guys have enjoyed today. It's been a great experience for me. I've learned a lot. If you guys have any comments about things you would change, things you would like me to change, etc., type them in the chat right now. I think it was awesome. I think that the teams are doing great. Big shout out to Poshy Pop and Average for hosting the second stream on such a last minute delay. For those that don't know, I asked them like literally 2 days ago. And so, a lot of things have been last minute, but it's kind of worked out. So here's the plan for the last minutes, and then we're going to send everybody off. We're going to take a quick look at the scoreboards of the other games. So first scoreboard we're going to look at here is, you're going to forgive me as I have to kind of look at the name of the teams. So this was Sparks team versus B-Ball's team. So this was Metal Skin versus Micro Packy's Solosaurus or whatever. I will show the scoreboard right here. So this game ended in 26 minutes. So probably the shortest game of the tournament, or one of the shortest games of the tournament. And we see straight domination from Boshi, being 13-0 on the Vindicta. So pretty impressive stuff. Excited to see how that will go. And it seems that as a general theme, the games were faster in the last round, which makes sense because as you get further and further in the round, you get teams that are, a little bit more like, teams are getting used to the pace of the game. They're getting used to what's happening. So here we have, let me get the name of these teams. So I believe that this was the Replacements versus Wage Cage. And I mean, this was the Replacements. They did pretty well this game. As you can see, big performance from Yellow Titan, 46,000 damage on the Yamato. And I mean, just a masterclass of a game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. I do believe that this was streamed on stream too, though. So there will be a VOD if you guys want to check it out on Poshy Pop's channel. And as far as the other game that we didn't get to see, Job Havers versus, I believe this was the Job Havers versus the Procrastinators. So Job Havers versus Procrastinators, 1 sec. We have it right here. And it looks like the Procrastinators took this one home with a banger of a performance from Tally on the Abrams, 36,000 damage. And yeah, so pretty solid performances overall. Good day for everybody. And yeah, I was busy and missed all the games. Unfortunate. Well, there's the VOD. So if you guys missed the games and you'd like to check them out, there's the VOD. So I hope you guys enjoyed for today. Now, I do want to show the seeds before we finish for the day. So here are the seeds if you're a team competing. These seeds are subject to change, based on our discretion. But so far, this is what the seeds are looking like. So seed number 1, M1 Freaks, undefeated. Seed number 2, Metal Skin. Number 3, Procrastinators. Number 4, Psycho Warriors. 5, Job Havers. 6, Replacements. 7, Micro Pachycephalosaurus. And finally, last but not least, Wage Cage at number 8. This is subject to change to an extent, but I mean, seed, the tiebreakers are subject to change, but everything else, I mean, seed 1 and seed 8 are set in stone for sure. And so M1 Freaks and Wage Cage are going to face each other off in the first round for sure. The other ones are also quite likely to stay like this, but I guess we'll see. Yeah. Overall, really good, really happy they won. How do you feel the level of play is? I mean, I think the level of play is actually pretty decent. Like, the overall macro is better than I expected. I think people aren't used to ending games yet, but I think in the third round, the people were starting to get a little bit better at ending games and getting the tempo. People also play a little bit too scared in the laning stage and things like that, but it's awesome to see. And yeah, as far as the schedule goes, the only remaining day, so this was a 2-day event, and then since this is going really well, and the second day will probably go well, we'll host more. We'll probably host stuff for EU and stuff like that. So, stay tuned for that. But for this specific event, the next time is May 10th, 2 p.m. Eastern. So May 10th, 2 p.m. Eastern. Put that to your calendars, and that's going to be the final day for this event. And essentially the way it's going to play out is it's going to be single elimination. And the quarterfinals are all going to be best of 1. And then once you get the semifinals, it's going to be best of 3, and grand finals are best of 3 as well. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to cue some outro. And, I'm just going to look for someone to raid. So, I'm just going to put a little timer Thank you guys for watching, and we're gonna raid someone, and I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you.